Hello.
Okay, there are ads running on Twitch right now. There are actually two things I want to try. I'm gonna do a recap. It's the girl from the VOD. What the fuck? Hello. There are two things I want to attempt. You're getting all of your candy out of the way. I'm saving it because I got to the end of last stream and I wanted another candy, but I didn't have any left. Alright, good. I think everything's good. I think everything is good. Do I have extra shit open? No. Okay. So there are two things I want to try before I do a recap and we continue with the story. Thank you so much, Borlanti and Lala. Alright, so the two things I want to try are, one, I want to see on Shogo's storyline, since that's like relatively dealt with. I want to see what happens if I try to curse. I think his name was Takumi. What if I try to curse him like before he turns his back? And two, I want to see what happens if I don't hit the push button. I don't know if it's going to give me that option now, because now with our future knowledge, there's actually like another option to call out Yoko's name. Okay, so wait, the first thing is gonna be here, I guess, when she has died. Yeah. So let's resume this one. Oops. Sorry, my chat window is in a bad place. I can't read you guys. Oh my god, thank you for your watch streaks, everyone. Have you guys been getting those alerts? They're not even just on mobile. They're also on the Twitch desktop version that's like, you're about to lose your streak on Hasanabi. Watch now or you're gonna fucking lose your streak. Thank you, Chite. We'll be back with frogs tomorrow.
But the frogs are gonna be really scary.
It's so aggressive. I was talking about it with Keeper because I did get that for Hassan's stream. It's like, you're gonna lose your streak, bitch. You better watch this stream. And I was like, okay. Okay. But also I get alerts specifically on my phone that are like, did you miss this moment from Keeper BK's stream? And then it'll, if I click it, it'll be a link to like a clip of him beating the final boss of FF4. I actually think that's cool. I actually think that's like, and specifically for the mobile version of Twitch, I think that's like a cool feature, especially if you're not spending that much time watching streams. It's just neat. Start from talking to Takumi.
Hello.
So we'll just, I don't even, we'll just talk to him until the point where he is gonna turn away. So this is a guy that wants our curse stone. I'm gonna do a whole recap, but I want to hit the use curse button before he turns his back.
Hi, Peach.
Yeah, no, it's a nice feature, not that it's just about your stream. I'm curious if anyone has got any. All the clips that people make of me lately are like the most unhinged. So I hope people are getting those notifications too. Damn. No wonder. I'm gonna try to take it easy on my voice today as well, because this was a lot of yapping. Oh, I guess I have to think. Oops. Oh, what the? Wait, oh no, I turned my back on him. Oops. Wait, what? Oh. How did I get him to turn around before? Okay, oops, I died. This just confirms that, oh, wait, sick, I got an achievement. Okay, let's try that again. Well, that's what I was trying to do, but if I turn around to look at the phone booth, I guess he... Does he just stab me? Because we have confirmed that this guy is not a curse bearer. Look at him. Oh. I have to confirm that he's a guy from work. Here we go. My ass. Alright, think again. Convince him to leave. Okay, we're gonna use it now before he turns his back. Wait, what the fuck? He hadn't even turned... Wait, so the timing doesn't even matter? Like he had decided to leave? Okay, that's an unexpected result. Alright, so that's one thing I wanted to try. And the other thing was... resume from... Something's happening to Yakko. Yeah, like maybe he spiritually turned his back. So we'll just exhaust our options talking to her until she... No! Shit! This isn't proving as, something's happening to Yakko. I guess I have to be careful with my button spam. Yeah, the speedrun strats are backfiring. Maybe I won't learn anything from this. Okay, it's like 3 times. No. Oh, I have to. Man, so I would have to restart the game to find out what happens. Okay, all I was curious about was in the, well, I can pull up, I'm gonna pull up my VOD actually. Because we'll do a recap of what's happened so far. Flashbang moment. Tell me about alcohol. Wait, Keeper, were you here when they actually... No, you were here. Because the grizzled cop brought that back. Okay. So, when we originally played this section, when does she freak out? YouTube compression was horrible. I guess it's because my camera's red, but I'm just like a blob. Something's got... Okay, yeah, this push... There's an option to just like continue the dialogue, but I immediately hit the push button and I was curious if I could like try to see what happens if I don't press that, but I'm not even given the option. Okay. Okay, all of my experiments have failed, that's fine. YouTube cursed. The compression on YouTube is just a lot more like, you get a lot more like JPEG style artifacting. That's okay though. Okay, so the story so far. We started out with this storyteller guy being like, be sure to auto-save and look at all of your features. And the game starts with us being... We were like blacked out and we wake up to this woman, Yakko, being like, whoa, are you okay? Are your humors unbalanced? And we seem to have like very hazy memories, but we are... Where's the intro? We are Shogo Okie. I don't know, we play folk guitar and want a girlfriend. Those are our main character traits. Anyway, we're introduced to the idea of the 7 mysteries of Honjo, which is this region of Tokyo. And, so I guess this girl who we want to be our girlfriend is really into the occult. And where we are right now in this Kinshibori Park is the location of one of these mysteries, which are like historical, like real world legends in Japanese mythology, I suppose. So this is all of them. So the Whispering Canal is the mystery associated with the park that we're in. Anyway, Yakko starts freaking out, as you saw, and she points behind us. And when we turn back around, she's like, like drowning and dead, which is what the curse associated with this location does. And we find like a weird little carving and pick it up, and a curse echo speaks to us, and we now have the power to curse people who turn their backs on us. But it's unclear, like, so it was dropped near Yakko, so we've been wondering, like, did she try to curse us when we turned our back on her? But because we weren't actually turning our back, because she was pointing, she was like, oh my god, there's something behind you. And then we turn around and she's the one who's dead. It's unclear if, like, she was trying to curse us, but because we hadn't actually, like, we weren't actually abandoning her or anything, which is the source of this ancient curse. It, like, maybe it, like, rebounded on her or something. We don't know. We don't know. That's kind of my theory, that Yakko tricked us and it failed. That's why I wanted to test what happens if I, like, mistime the curse on Takumi. But it didn't let me. I guess he had spiritually already turned his back on us. I was excited to test it too. Anyway, me as Shogo, I get really trigger happy with the curse. I kill this guy, Takumi. Okay, yeah, so Yoko's dead, and this guy, let's see, curse speaks to us. We also did a lot of reading about all the curses. This guy Takumi works for, like, the chairwoman of the company that we work at in this region, actually, and wants to collect all the curse stones. And we're like, fuck you. The second we get him to turn his back, he's dead. but we don't get... Okay, also, the main purpose behind these curse stones is they tempt you with the rite of resurrection. And when you kill people, you get soul dregs to fill your little curse stone. And once it reaches 100, allegedly, you can then bring someone back from the dead. So we want to do that for this girl that we want to be our girlfriend, Yakko. So we kill Takumi, and we only get a 1% fill on our curse stone. Pretty bad. It's because he's not a curse bearer. If we kill other curse bearers who also were awoken at this time of night, we get more like 25 to 35% fill. So thankfully, we then run into... Actually, we went here and there was another curse. This is a curse echo here. There was another curse that tried to lure us into the darkness, but we had thankfully found a one... I don't know, like a 10-cent or what was it? Like 100 yen lighter. Like a really shitty Bic lighter, and we used it to light up our area, and apparently the conditions for this curse are that you have to be in total darkness. So we ended up killing that guy who was trying to kill us when he ran away. We ran into this dandy private investigator, Richter Kai, who we love. Didn't kill him. He seems fine. We ran into these cops, and we're pretty sure one of them is a curse bearer, but we just left them alone. Richter Kai can be your future husband. I'll go to the wedding. Then we ran into this weird guy who was just like, yeah, I'm a curse bearer, by the way. Do you want to work together? But we outwitted his curse and killed him. Got a pretty big fill. Then we ran into this lady who has another curse, and we didn't strip naked. We actually just had to... The condition for her curse was that we had a lighter on us, which she... Okay, there's... The details don't matter. She knew through connections with the PI who we had just talked to that we had a lighter on us and that she could curse us. We threw the lighter away, and she freaked out and was trying to run away, and we killed her. She's a hot mom. We shouldn't have done it, but that got our curse stone to over 100%. When we pulled out our like 125% curse fill. I know, yeah, the mom is also in her 30s, so how hot can she really be? Come on, YouTube. Come on, YouTube. Yeah, we pulled out our curse stone, which had a lot of fill, and it like kind of exploded and killed Shogo. And that was the end of Shogo's questline, pretty much. Well, actually, so we could actually go back, and the game then introduced the story chart feature where you can like branch off different paths. And the path that we ended up branching out on was what you just saw, actually. We're now, because we've seen Shogo's questline all the way through, we were given additional options. And we were able to avoid Yakko dying at all by just calling out her name to like snap her out of it. So we didn't turn our back on her, we just snapped her out of it. And she went home. We stayed in the park and someone else killed us. So that was the end of Shogo's storyline. He just died. So we went down the questline of a high school student who was given a curse. She is friends with, let's see, Mio. So Yakko had a friend in high school. This is Yakko. She had a friend in high school who killed herself, but we believe that she didn't really kill herself. This is Mio, a supernatural, I don't know, deviant who goes from school to school, it seems, solving mysteries. She's our friend too. So because all of these curse bearers were all born at the same time, and they all know that they can fill their stones and bring someone back to life if they kill other curse bearers especially, they're a hopping from place to place, being like, I need to kill a curse bearer. So in this school, there are, we think, like, two different, we've seen, I think we've seen, like, two different manifestations. Because once Yakko gets her curse, Mio's like, don't use it, and Yakko's like, okay, but we're, like, shrouded in darkness. When does that happen? Yeah, we're, like, suddenly shrouded in darkness, and someone is trying to kill us. We think it might be the guy that we killed as Shogo, who we outwitted with the lighter. But then there's, like, another person that ends up cutting up Mio's body, which seems to indicate another curse of a person who historically cut up women. Anyway, so we don't know what happened in the high school because we were kind of, like, blocked out of it. We couldn't, I don't think we could go any further, so we decided to start on another quest line. Yeah, you can post links here, don't worry about it. But the spam channel is also okay. We also did talk about wanting some of these charms because they actually look nice. So then we started the cop storyline, which some of you might have missed because it was getting pretty late. So we have this hard-boiled cop who we figure out that he's just like he's a hard-boiled cop. His wife left him like 5 years ago. He also has a daughter who he like doesn't know. And his buddy is Jun Ario, who's like a rookie cop who just, so they're in yet another cursed location where 2 days ago, which is before these curses were born, so we're not really sure what's happening here. A cop friend of Jun's was found apparently murdered, but it looks like he had a heart attack, but it looks very curse-oriented. While we're here, the hard-boiled cop, Tsutsumi, ends up being, like, cursed. He ends up becoming a curse bearer. But, okay, the crazy thing, so his curse ability is that he can detect if people are lying and kill them when they lie to him. But when I tried using it, in this alternate storyline, we ran into, like, the super annoying guy. Let me see. This super annoying guy in the sweater, we run into him, and there were multiple times I was like a little scared to press the button, but let me see when it appears. The curse button appears and I fucking click it, but every time nothing happens. So it seems like Tsutsumi is able to like resist me using his curse. So he seems like very strong-willed, and he ends up taking this guy's curse stone, and like he seems really unaffected by the desire to kill people. He seems unaffected by the curses. And that's pretty much where we're at. Tsutsumi, we're gonna continue Tsutsumi's quest line, but he intends to collect all the cursed stones. And he's also like, he's not only collecting the curse stones, he's actually like absorbing all, because when you are a curse bearer, you like absorb all the hateful memories of the curse that wants you to kill people. He was also, minor detail, he was involved in, there's like a paranormal affairs division of the police department in this area that he was a part of, so he knows all about this shit. Or the dude hasn't, it's possible that the dude hasn't lied yet, but the fact that he could also absorb 2 curses and like he's fine, he's like mentally fine, it seems, is very, he seems very grounded. You're on team the guy didn't lie? Why did the option appear then? This guy does not seem trustworthy to me at all. I do think, because it seems like all the other characters, like we saw with Yakko was like, I'm gonna fucking kill this guy when we had an opportunity to. And Mio was like, what the hell are you doing? This is not like you. We did tell him the nature of our curse. We did say that up front, actually. Maybe the button will tell you when he lies and then you confirm. I also felt like I didn't understand how the curse actually worked. Yeah, also this guy's curse is the curse of the foot washing mansion. And so his curse echo, that's the visual manifestation. It's just some feet. No, the only other option that we had is we tried to kill the creepy teacher. I actually didn't kill anyone as Yakko. Let's see. I went back to try to do it. Come on, YouTube. Yeah, so Yakko's was, it kills people by a fatal fall when you trigger her curse, music starts playing, and then she has to remain hidden for 30 seconds. The crazy thing is, I don't feel like she gets to consciously control who she kills. Because Mio was telling us when we activated the curse. Damn, it's actually not that easy to scroll to see where I tested it. I think I did it here. Yeah, okay, I used the curse. And Mio is like, you're gonna kill this innocent student as well because she is also hearing the music and not seeing you. So it feels like you could get a pretty good pile of bodies if you use this thing. But yeah, I did try to use it and Mio was like, no, and made a bunch of noise so that the conditions for the curse are 30 seconds, people hearing the music. And then as long as you're not seen, everyone who hears it dies. And they spotted us because Mio made some noise. Yeah, so we've actually only... we used Shogo's curse so effectively and we haven't used any of the other ones at all. This teacher looks like the boy after he started turning into a monkey. In Jumanji, 100%. 100%. Alright, I need to pee already. Hopefully that was a decent enough recap. I really can't understate how cool it was. There was a lot of, like, lore that we read about Tsutsumi being in the Paranormal Affairs department that was really cool. Like, I really like the sort of X-Files direction. YouTube, get your shit together. Yeah, this was really cool. The whole Paranormal Affairs Bureau and the chief of Paranormal Affairs is this guy who apparently just mainly manifests as a bird. So people have to give their reports. His name's Kuribu. He just looks like a bird apparently. Alright, I'm gonna go pee and then we'll continue Tsutsumi's quest line and then hopefully the hot mom. I will be back. All right. Oh, that's true. There is a whole thing with kissy lips that I didn't get into. Don't worry, there will be more kissy lips. I really do have horror movie. Oh, I'm wearing a dark shirt. I really have horror movie hair. I need to get a haircut so bad after Halloween. Alright, so let's go back to the main menu. I am curious if anything more will happen with Shogo or if he's just dead. Okay. Oh yeah, I don't know if I totally explained it, but yeah, Mio died protecting Yakko, and we haven't really found a way to save her. Or to save Yakko, for that matter. There was an option we had that was like kind of blurred out, which is why we're doing these other storylines for now. Yeah, Mio started out weird, but we've also learned through Tsutsumi's questline that she actually is employed by Paranormal Affairs. So it seems like it's her job to, speaking of lip balm, it seems like it's her job to go from, especially like high school to high school where paranormal things have happened. Yo, what's up, Jambon? Thank you for your watch streak, Decoy. We met a creepy lady in a red dress at the bridge. Oh yeah, there was like a lady. What happened to her? She just kind of disappeared. Alright. Tsutsumi and Ario decide to collect the curse stones as soon as possible before they become the cause of an unprecedented tragedy. The two obtain the foot-washing mansion from Yutaro Namigaki and head to their next destination. So that was the loser in the sweater. We also just let him go because he didn't actually, like, assault us or try to kill us. Actually, wait, no, he did try to kill us, but it's fine. It didn't work. Hi, Salem. Thank you for your watch streak. Midoricho. Okay, this is where we met in the Shogo questline. Midoricho Park is where we met him. It was just a prank. Tetsuo Tsutsumi, 1 a.m. Midoricho Park. Excuse me, sorry to bother you, but we have some questions for you. Who are you? Oh my god, you guys, it's Araishi! This is the... Hang on, I need to pull up the lore. It's the guy... It's local researcher Hideki Araishi. He's the totally credible academic. Oh dear. What? Are you with the police? I haven't done anything. Don't worry, this is an interrogation or nothing. We just want to talk. You're Hideki Araishi, right? The historian. We know who you are, so this won't take long. But since we saw you here, we'd just like to ask you a couple questions. Look how friendly we are. Local history researcher Hideki Araishi. Oh, click. Hideki is a historian who works part-time as a curator at the local folk museum and as a teacher at Komagata High School. His recent publication on the rite of resurrection has caused a stir in occult circles. Hideki is the quintessential obsessive researcher. Despite being entirely unsuited for teaching, he had no choice but to take up a position at Koma High in order to make ends meet. While having a captive audience in his classes goes some way to satisfying his need for respect and recognition, his conceited nature makes him unpopular among the students. Lately, he's concerned that articles he contributed for purely monetary reasons have earned him a reputation as a researcher of the occult. But the surge of interest in the topic and the resulting volume of article requests he is receiving are undeniably tempting. So his true passion isn't the occult, it's just the moneymaker. Hideki is a regular at the Kurokikyo Cafe on Hokusai Street, where he can be found outside his work hours writing essays and manuscripts. His published books include A Study of the Unknown and An Introduction to Bando History. No, literally, he's such a content creator. He's stuck. Oh, did we get more info on... Oh, his curse stone was later recovered by Tetsuo Tsutsumi. Oh, I don't think we got this. Maybe I did read this. This is the guy that we killed him in the Shogo questline, but we stole his stone in the Tsutsumi questline. He's an elite student at a prestigious university. He lives off of the generous allowance he receives from his parents, who are both prominent local figures. Though Yutaro has lived a charmed material life, emotional neglect at home has caused him to develop a spoiled, egotistical streak. The only kindness he knew growing up was from his family's maid, and he still fondly thinks of the plain rice with butter they used to enjoy together. Classic. A classic storyline.
Well, let's get it over with. I'm a busy man.
Boss, let's ask Hideki some questions. From appearances, it's hard to imagine this small, bookish, well-spoken man being very dangerous. But in this day and age, you never know. I should be careful.
What were you doing?
Now, Mr. Araishi, what were you doing here at this time of night?
Doing research, of course. Day or night.
Okay, hang on. I need a nerd voice, right? He's a researcher.
Day or night, information never sleeps.
That's an admirable philosophy. You know, your research has been quite the talk around town. What was it they were saying? You discovered something about some book? The record of hot dates? Ah, right. You found some kind of ritual in the record of fates. Okay, nerd voice, nerd voice, nerd voice.
What? Don't tell me you want to know how to carry out the rite of resurrection, too.
It's not even a nerd voice, it's just annoying.
To be perfectly honest, I'm tired of people asking me about it all the time. None of you even care about the local history. You just come crawling out of the woodwork when something interesting comes up.
I should try and speak like Keeper? That would be difficult. Looks like I hit a nerve.
If you think you can force me to tell you because you're policemen, you're sorely mistaken.
Hideki Araishi. He says he's a local historian. But supposedly he knows more about the rite of resurrection than anybody. The fact that he's here at this time of night, it's plenty possible that he's a curse bearer. I would say very likely.
What were you doing?
Was the research you were doing just now also related to the rite of resurrection? Well, yes, that's right. His voice is just going to change constantly. That's how it's going to be. What exactly were you looking for? I have no reason to tell you that. You wouldn't understand anyway. He's become an old wizard. Was the research you was doing just now also related to the rite of resurrection? Wait, didn't I already... Oh, okay. We need to... The dialogue trees in this are kind of odd. Are you doing all of this research so you can use the rite of resurrection yourself?
You're a policeman. Do you really think people can be brought back to life? Everyone I meet. Pitiful.
Huh? So, yous don't believe in the right?
Whether it's real or not has nothing to do with my research. Such things are better left to the occult freaks. Or so I thought.
Huh?
Things changed. It's become necessary for me to pursue the right. So now I pray it's real.
What changed? I'm sure you can imagine. The funds for my research.
I receive a large amount of funding for seeking the right of resurrection. And if I find it, I'll receive a sum so great that I'll never have to worry about money again.
Then that means someone is sponsoring your research. Is that right? Is it the soap lady?
So what if they are? You have no idea how hard we work to secure funding for our research. I have no interest in teaching those children. Listen to me. I'll tell you one thing. Those experts you see in writing provocative books or spouting nonsense on TV to try and get popular, all of them are just trying to get the money they need to do their research. With how popular the occult is, saying something even remotely spooky can lead to big money. What? But I bought your book. The pursuit of the unknown begins first and foremost with belief. I was so inspired by that bit.
I do appreciate your patronage. Unfortunately, however, the occult is not my true interest. The fate of the unknown is to be destroyed by thorough research and deep consideration.
No way! I can't believe it! I need a comfort kiss.
Here, it begins. This guy, I think, does kissy faces more than anybody. You're surprisingly innocent. Oh boy. Then what kind of research do you want to be doing? I'm sure it wouldn't interest you, but to put it simply, the focus of my research is how historical accounts transform into folklore over the years as they are passed down from generation to generation. That's actually interesting. What does that mean? Due to human bias, the account of any event is inevitably changed by the person communicating it. That is not necessarily done with ill intentions. It happens when someone tries to fill in the gaps in a story that lacks detail, or when something's left out or abridged because of the story's length, or when a story twists and shifts as it's spread through oral tradition. Even when two stories are told about the same event, differences in culture or environment affect how it's told, changing its content. Silly little things can turn into terribly mysterious legends. My research is the study of how history, culture, and legend all influence each other. I see. Take the 7 mysteries of Honjo, for example. Why are some of the mysteries seemingly about nothing particularly interesting? You'd think stories wouldn't last a decade, let alone hundreds of years. So, why? Perhaps putting it that way piques your interests. I admit I'm curious. So that's what you've been researching all this time. Makes sense. Yeah, like some of like because these are historical urban legends, right? Some of them are very, it's like, why is this even a story? As I said, it doesn't matter to me whether the right exists or not. If people in the Edo period believed that what was written in the Record of Fates was real, that's all I'm interested in. But I have to be realistic. The research I'd like to do is unfortunately not very lucrative. That's why I need to take some risks. That's why he needs to do some clickbait on YouTube. This Record of Fates, where did you get your hands on it? The storehouse of an old private residence in the city, just as the public was told. I'm unable to be more precise due to an agreement with my informant. Well, in that case, I think I might have to have a guess as to what it is that you were looking for. I would think curse stones, because that would be a physical manifestation, no? What? Damn it! If you knew about that, then... Calm down. No need to get so defensive. Yeah. We both want information, right? Why don't we have a nice, friendly chat? Ah, a curse stone! You are a curse bearer! A leaf. It is the evergreen beech, then. Yep. Will you show me yours? Ah. This is mine. The ever-burning lantern. Interesting. Remind me what that... Interesting. So he moved. He found it there and came here. So, oh, this is the soba cart. Welcome in, Dasha. Welcome in. Look at her casting an eerie shadow on the wall. What? You come in here just to have your little asthmatic coughing fits. Ew. Dasha. She comes in here for attention. Is he the one that I killed with the lighter? I don't know. Okay, the haunting clappers is definitely the lady, the hot mom. So it can't be that. Because it doesn't necessarily correspond one-to-one with... I mean, I guess that's the point of what he's saying with his research. Also, the fact that there's number 21 here is... and it's blocked out is crazy. Maybe. The never burning. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It was a man that had it. He is a man. They did say there were up to 15 and like I think certainly 9, right? Is that what we have? Oh fuck, no, we have way more. 6, 7, 8, 9. So we have 10. Oh wait, no, sorry. Yeah, we have 9. I counted this one by mistake. We have 9. And then mystery. Interesting. I'll reveal the curse details. I'll tell you this for free. The evergreen beech comes from a man who was hanged for spreading false rumors. But the accusations against him were unfounded, and he died cursing those who deceived him. That's crazy because... hang on. That's good to know, but... the way it's described here... like... the way it's described here is that he actually did deceive people by claiming that there was a rite of resurrection and they hanged him for it. Huh. Interesting. You have ideas about the mystery slot? Intriguing. Okay, well this is Tsutsumi's take on it. The accusations were unfounded. Ah, so that is the resentful memory held within the Evergreen Beach. The memories of the Seven Mysteries are truly fascinating. If only I could collect them all. Do whatever you want, but you should know something. This stone of mine lets me curse anyone who tries to mislead me. What? But... So don't try and lie to me. I'll know. You would curse a citizen? And you call yourself an officer of the law? That all depends on you. I don't want to use it if I don't have to. What is it that you want? The curse stones are dangerous. I would like to confiscate yours. Tsutsumi is kind of a baller, I'm not gonna lie. Excuse me, but so you do want the right of resurrection? I guess just for money. He doesn't even want to bring anyone back, he just wants money. First, let me ask you one thing. You haven't used that curse, have you? No, of course I haven't, I swear. Let's try. I see. Good. So maybe using the curse is like checking for the lie? But also if they are lying, you're also killing them? Now, why don't you hand over that stone? Unless you'd rather try using it on me instead.
Damn you. I won't give it to you.
If I were to say that, what would happen? Would it be a crime? The police are aware of how dangerous the stones are. I could arrest you under Article 1, Section 2 of the Minor Offenses Act. Or you hand it over and all you lose is your secret ability. Think of what would happen to all of your research if you were arrested.
Fine. You can have the stone here.
Let's freaking go, dude. We're gaming. Tsutsumi's the only good cop, confirmed. Yay! Yeah, every time we obtain a curse stone on any character that we have played so far, we get the pick of it. Wait, we've seen this before. Oh my god, he's committing harakiri. You're right, this was Lighter Guy. That's right, when we saw it. When we saw the Lighter Guy. Hang on, I still have my VOD pulled up. I'm scrolling. It's right before we meet the hot detective. I think. Yeah. Here we go. This guy. You can like fucking barely see it, but that is a guy with his head floating and he is doing the seppuku. So yeah, this motherfucker definitely. I'm so curious about what we did as Shogo. I guess like, because we did all of this stuff as Shogo in the world where Yoko died. We killed so many people. We killed this guy. So we killed Araishi, it turns out. We killed the sweater guy, Yutaro. we did so much killing, but now that we're playing as Tsutsumi, I wonder if that's like the true ending, is that like Yoko hasn't died, but Shogo has, because he stayed in the park and, I don't know, got killed by someone else. Yeah, I mean, it's all different universes. I assume everything will converge to like a sort of true storyline at some point. Yeah, good catch though. I was sure we had seen this before. Um, it kills by disembowel. Oh my God. Okay, so because we had the lighter, that's the way that we were able to get out of it as Shogo, but we would have died by disembowelment if we didn't have that lighter. So if you're trapped in the darkness, you died by disembowelment. So this is not... That makes me think that Araishi was also at the high school with Yakko and Mio because we were enshrouded in darkness. We ran away, but then there was the other curse, which... Hang on, I will read this, but we definitely also ran into the one-sided read because Mio had her arm and leg cut off. Unless it wasn't a curse, I don't I don't know. But yeah, we definitely saw another curse echo, which I'm pretty sure was this one, but we don't know who has it yet. He, you're right. Oh fuck, he is a teacher, so he would have pretty easy access, and he knows that a curse was gonna be born there too. All right. Ever burning lantern kills by disembowelment one who finds themselves trapped in the darkness of the curse echo. The memory is when Honjo was filled with samurai residences, the spies of the shogunate lived amongst the townspeople to keep an eye on things. The soba card on South Warigasui served as one of their outposts. They would communicate to each other in code by turning the lantern on or off. Tonight at 4 a.m. meant that someone would be having the last soba of their life, and that their belly would be sliced open the next night. An unfortunate incident occurred in which a man attacked a woman in a bout of fury. He regretted it deeply, even declining to invoke the right to defend his honor, but the deed was done. Still, he could not accept it. His rage at having been used by his daimyo boiled over, turning into a grudge he would never forget. Nearby, he saw a lantern quietly glowing in the night, and when the sixth bell rang, the man cut his own stomach open. Since then, the lantern could be seen alight before the soba cart had opened, and would flicker out suddenly, even when there was no wind blowing. As this unsettling phenomenon continued, the rumors surrounding it grew, and soon all were convinced that it was the man who cut open his stomach, visiting from the beyond. Okay. I, I don't really understand. He attacked a woman, but also he was used by... So he was mad. Was he mad at the woman? These two things don't seem connected. She had the white eyes, which if that doesn't mean curse, this game really takes liberty. You know what, to be fair, when we found Mio's body and she had like the white eyes and an arm and leg missing, we were then attacked by a curse echo as Yakko. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the one-sided read, which we haven't properly encountered yet. That tends to be the case though with the curse echoes or with the resentful memories. It's kind of hard to follow what the fuck they're saying. I don't know if it's like a translation issue or if they're like intentionally weird. Yeah, I think it might be. We have encountered some things being lost in translation, but overall it's okay. The first one with the drowned girl made sense. I feel like that's the only one. The Whispering Canal. That's the only one that made sense. All the other ones have been like, wait, what? All right. Good choice. I look forward to seeing how your research pans out. Oh, right. Would you tell us everything you know about what's been going on? By the way, If you help us out, we'll give you all the information that we've gotten after we solve the case. What do you say?
In that case, would you tell me all about the resentful memories of the Seven Mysteries? I believe they're the key to the secret hidden in the Record of Fates.
Sure, why not? I'll learn about them as I collect the curse stones. This badass motherfucker, why do they make cops seem so cool? He has 3 curses inside him now. But thanks to you, we learned a lot from him. I wonder. The mysteries in Right are all public information. He kept everything he knows about the other curse bearers and the source of the curse here hidden. I was hoping he would at least give us a clue about how to beat these curses.
Oh, I see. Then we should be more aggressive next time. Really make him spit it out. By we, I mean you.
I'm guessing he wants to save this curse. He wouldn't have told us anything, no matter what we asked. But now we know where he hangs out. We can always send someone for him, if need be.
Right, got it.
Aereo, say something without flexing your bicep or kissing the view. Look, he's looking right at us.
He's making kissy face right at us.
I was surprised to hear that there are actually 9 of the 7 mysteries, though. Yeah, that's 2 extra curse bearers we have to find. We've confiscated 2, so there are 6 more. They could be anywhere in this town.
We gotta find them fast, or they might start using the curses.
No, I think we're already too late.
Huh?
Oh. I didn't tell you this, but there were some soul dregs in Namigaki's curse stone. Just one, right?
Really? Then he already killed someone with it.
It's not much, so it probably wasn't a curse bearer.
Shit.
Well, we know who did it. We can make arrangements to take him into custody.
What?
Shouldn't you... They just let him go and he already fucking killed someone? I assumed that it was empty. We'll have Paranormal Affairs pick him up tomorrow. For now, we continue our search. Yeah, what's up, Sass?
Right, on to the next place. We just gotta cross them off the list one by one.
Oh, but boss?
Good to know we can use the Minor Offenses Act to arrest people with curse stones. But why didn't we do that with Namigaki?
If we could do that, there would be no need for Paranormal Affairs. What grounds would a normal detective have to put him under arrest?
Oh, right. Yeah, I suppose that's true.
Oh, wow! Oh, wow, we can't continue. Uh-huh. I don't think we have enough information. I love that. Curious how many there are some curses that we haven't even seen yet, but we're whittling it down. All right, should I check to see if we can, let me just check really quickly to see if we can continue Yakko's story. I don't think we've, even as a player, I don't think we've gained anything. I don't think so. So do we start the hot mom? Should I check? Or am I just putting off the hot mom story? I'm gonna check real quick to see if I even have an option. Can I go back to the original chain with Shogo? Oh, interesting. I think Shogo's story is done, but I'm very curious why. Okay, so going back to Yakko, Mio sensed a curse bearer behind us and was like, leave. She basically risked her life for us. This is the grounds, or the janitor, who I think is normal. Except, I mean, I don't know. I think he's normal, but maybe not. He does know that we have a curse stone, though. Yeah, so this is X'd out. I say I'm worried about Mio, and this guy goes in, the janitor goes in to check. It's been 20 minutes. I'm gonna take a look. Okay, so there's no option. I think maybe that blurred out option will be the key. I'm just gonna keep going here so we can get another look at the ghost. Yeah. All right, so the curse echo here is the woman screaming with her mouth open. And then it kills us too. Okay, so we don't know who has that one. Let's leave before we die. You want to know what triggers that curse? Good point. Good point. Alright, you guys ready for the hot mom quest line? Being a woman? Honestly, maybe. Not dreams. Harue Shigima. When the son of Harue Shigima was kidnapped, a botched investigation by the police was— oh my god, hang on. There's also— hang on, let me X out of here for a second. So there have also been hints of connected threads. There was a really horrific murder of a female high school student. And, you know, like it really affected the classmates, obviously. This was 20 years ago, and I am curious whether kissy face detective June I thought there was a note about him being— I thought there was a note about him maybe being a student. I don't know. All the threads are tangled right now, but there are a lot of indications that many people are connected. Was it Richter, maybe? No, we still don't know anything about this guy. Ariel. Was it Ariel? Wait. I mean, so his colleague died, but that's in the present day. I'm thinking in the past. Yeah, I don't think there's... Oh, you're right. I completely glossed over it. Yeah, so Tsutsumi was in charge of investigating a case that June was involved in as a student. That implies to me that June was maybe one of the students, one of the classmates of this girl who was horrifically murdered 20 years ago. But is June that old? I don't know. Maybe not. All right, hot mom time. 1 year later, Harue has hired a private investigator to help resolve the unsettled case. Late at night, while speaking to the detective at her home, something strange suddenly appears. You think that squares with Jun's age? You think he's in his 30s or 40s? Oh, what the fuck? May those who mock fires something perish in flame.
Kill them. Kill them.
But it happened 20 years ago? I think it was a high school student.
The flame bearers. Kill them all.
Okay, we're off to a hot start here. You have acquired the power of the cursed on the haunting clappers. You can use it to kill those with fire or a fire-starting device on their person. We were talking, so we ran into her as Shogo because we had a lighter on us that we threw away, which is how we survived. But we were thinking, like, this is a this is a fun one, because couldn't you just, like, hand someone a lighter and kill them? And the curse burns them alive. Alright, so now... This is the Burning Man? Yes. Killed by burning one who is in possession of a fire or fire-starting device. Matches would also work, yeah. Red, red, red. Everything is dyed crimson. My home is burning to the ground. It's so, so hot. I must call for help, but I cannot speak. My throat must be burned up from the smoke. No, I think I'm already on fire. That's right, I'll just use the clappers. Clack, clack, is anybody there? Clack, clack, why is no one coming? I'm going to burn to death. How did it come to this? Oh, right. Her. It must be the work of that vixen who appeared suddenly and enchanted my lord, that witch. Those hauntingly cold eyes had my lord dancing in the palm of her hand. Perhaps I was also taken in by her. How many innocent people did I lure in under orders? This must be karma. The sound of a heavy bell. It feels like my head will split open. Oh, right. The evening bell. That must be why nobody can hear the sound of my clappers. I've got to do it louder. Clack, clack. Wasn't that, Wasn't there another mystery? The taiko? Oh no, these were drums. Not bells. Because there was another thing here where there was a lot of gossip, because watchtowers normally are only allowed to have the wood clappers, apparently. But there was this one that was allowed to use drums. I do wonder if it's connected. Yeah, they're just like wood blocks. Clappers sounds really funny though. Would sticks count with one of those survivalist YouTubers that do the old rubbing sticks together trick? I wonder how generous the curse is. A murderous impulse seeps into my soul like thick black tar.
Now, kill. Can you hear it, curse-bearer? You who so strongly desires the right. Kill them. Okay.
Harue Shigima, 12 a.m. Shigima Mansion reception room. Okay, okay, lady. Rich lady. Back with me, ma'am? Oh, his eyelashes. Can't say I understand what just happened. But it certainly seems to have put you in a good mood. Oh, she's ready. This might be the first time I've ever seen you really smile. Sweet dreams. Housewife, Harue Shigima. It does look kind of clockwork orangey. No. Not dreams. Dude, she looks... This is like heroin chic. Sounds like something I might want to hear about. Oh my. Oh my. Rotary phone? The telephone. This mansion has a private line. A fax machine. It can send images to other places along the telephone network. I don't really know how it works. Most houses don't have one. I rarely find a use for it. An old hanging scroll. I don't know who painted it. It's been hanging here since before I was born. An arrangement of flowers. We bring in someone to do it. I don't even know what the flowers are called. Dude, this is actually fucking crazy. They've got all the weird Western devices. A stereo unit with separated speakers designed for home use. My husband insisted on buying one even though he isn't one to listen to music often. Yo, what the fuck is that? Well, I'll be damned. Is this what I think it is? Goodness, you made me jump. It's just a silly little sticker my son got from somewhere or other. What is that? He put it up just before... Well, you know what happened. I still can't bring myself to take it down. Let me take a closer look. Oh, it's a cock. I knew it. It's head Honjo from way back in set number 1. This is a real collector's item. Excuse me? Don't tell me you never heard of the mockingbirds. The what? They're the hottest new craze. Cute little birds dressed up like rough and tumble delinquents. I've never heard of them, but this certainly seems to matter to you. Did someone say cock? The best part is nobody knows who made them. They just started showing up around town, and soon enough they won everybody's hearts. The story goes that they're made by some anonymous artist who covertly leaves them behind in specific locations. No one knows when or where they'll show up next. They're basically an urban legend of sorts. To think one would turn up here of all places. This is a good sign, I'm sure of it. Maybe the kid was Banksy. Oh, well, that's nice. I got an achievement. Mockingbird number 1. Holy shit. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. There's 20. Oh. Oh. Wait, do you remember this was very early when we looked at the telephone booth as Shogo in the very first chapter? There was a line about like it's been defaced by like unsolicited stickers, and they was talking about how it was like graffitied or whatever, and I was like, why the fuck would Shogo care about that? I bet you there's a sticker there. Oh. Yo, what's up, Sparky? Yeah, I have loved this game. Not too much has happened. We just started the hot mom storyline, and it immediately started with her getting her fire ability. That's fun. Oh, shit. A color television. Father bought one as soon as it hit the market. He likes to have the latest gadgets. Unlike the latest models, there's no remote control. We've had it for a long time. Back when it was new, we all gathered around it and marveled at it as a family. But with father and my husband being away so often, it quickly fell into disuse. The swinging of the pendulum echoes through the room. It feels livelier than usual with Richter here. Usually, it's just me. The guest table. I don't know where father got this old thing from, but I've never liked it. Valid. Extremely valid. The lights. The chandelier is the only thing in here that's my choice. It's my favorite part of the room. It's a nice chandelier. Right, baddie. This is a private investigator that I hired. A friend told me about him. They said he's not very well known, but he's good at what he does. When I first visited his office in Ota City and saw how he dressed, I could hardly believe he was a detective. What are you talking about? This guy oozes sexy detective appeal. But after talking to him for a while, I changed my mind. He says some strange things at times, but he seems like the reliable sort. Richter is actually a private investigator with an office in Ota City, Tokyo. After taking on a request from Harue to investigate the unsolved kidnapping and murder of her son, he gets caught up in the events surrounding the rite of resurrection. Once a police officer, he was racked with guilt over the police's inability to help all those in need and quit the force to start his own private investigation firm. However, Richter was in the same class at, like, Cop Academy as Jun Ariel. However, his soft-hearted nature leads him to take on too many cases and has put his office in dire financial straits. How he's still in business is a mystery, with some whispering that a wealthy patron is keeping him afloat. Richter studied alongside Detective Jun Ario at the police academy. Somewhat surprisingly, given his outlandish clothing and mannerisms, Richter excels at covert investigations entailing his targets. He proudly refers to himself as an investigator extraordinaire, though that only ever succeeds at impressing himself. His biggest source of happiness is nuzzling his pet female albino parakeet, Ernestine, which he keeps in his office. He also enjoys collecting mockingbird stickers, a popular line of merchandise featuring birds inexplicably dressed like delinquents. And he can be frequently sighted searching around town for them. Literally, Axies, I think this is your dream, man. While out and about, Richter typically leaves the office, and more importantly, Ernestine. Can you compete with Ernestine, though? This is the real question. The true love of his life. He leaves the office in the care of Amamori, a junior high schooler who volunteered to assist Richter after being involved in a previous case. Amamori. I feel like we have heard that before. I feel like we've heard that name before. The Azure Heron Agency. Oh, he's a bird freak for real. Richter Kai's private investigation firm in Kamata, Ota City. Originally, Kai thought to give it a simple name like Kai's Detective Agency, but upon hearing that people are more likely to pick names that are listed at the front of the phone book alphabetically, he decided to pick a name starting with A. Thus, the Azure Heron Agency was established. That's so funny. However, it's questionable whether the heron, a bird of somewhat ominous significance, is an effective symbol for attracting customers. Even his own assistant has referred to the name as confusing at best. After all, rather than an azure heron, Richter keeps a white parrot as a pet and dresses not in blue, but mostly in white. If there was a symbolic connection to be made here, it has surely been lost on all but Richter himself. A private investigator, also known as a private eye, is a detective who operates their own agency. Although there are no formal qualifications necessary to become a PI, many are retired police agents or detectives due to the similarities between the work involved. At a glance, private investigation firms and inquiry offices might look similar, but they carry out different types of investigations. We're getting educated. Inquiry offices specialize in conducting credit checks on businesses, while private investigators are generally involved in tailing persons of interest and gaining information surreptitiously. I wish there was a keyword search too, but I don't think Amamori, like, it would probably be in past dialogue, but I kind of like that if that is significant, they're not making it easily accessible to me. There have been a couple times where I've been like, wait, I think I remember that, but it's not in the case files yet. And that, because, you know, like they'll bring it back when it's relevant. Okay. Let me bring you up to speed. We were in the middle of a chat when you suddenly started spacing out. And the whole time you were grinning to yourself like you just won the lottery. Dude, she is a freak. Can you tell me what that was all about? Well, where to start? I can kill people now. Interesting. Very interesting. So, the Haunt and Clapper's curse echo appeared out of nowhere. Told you how to perform the rite of resurrection, and gave you the curse you'll need to do it. Have I got that right? That's right. So it's all real. Honestly, I still find it hard to believe. But I guess I'll have to now. Oh my god, look it's the Clappers. I saw that curse stone appear in your hand myself. So it appears in your hand, huh? Kinda makes me think, 'cause it was right next to Yakko, huh? in the first storyline. That she was definitely, yeah, exactly, Lala. She was definitely trying to kill us. We haven't been able to confirm the like curse bouncing off when, like, if you try to use it when the conditions aren't met. We haven't been able to test whether that will kill us, but I kind of think Yakko tried to kill us. It looked like it popped clean out of thin air. With evidence that clear, there's no denying that there's some supernatural force at work. I wonder if he knows anything about the occult division. I don't think you quite understand. Oh? This isn't about evidence, and it isn't about belief. It's more than that. I know it's real. The moment the curse appeared, I knew everything before it even said a word. It was already there in my head, clear as day. You just knew, huh? It was etched onto my soul, along with the curse echo's resentful memories. So I can feel it, what it was like. Dying like they did hundreds of years ago. Wreathed in flame, writhing in pain, as my flesh blackens and my blood boils. I can feel it. All the agony, all the rage. It fills me with bloodlust. I think I need to kill someone. Anyone will do, just as long as they're carrying fire. I see. That could be a problem. You think so? From what I know of you, I was sure you'd see it as an opportunity. The stronger the desire to resurrect someone, the stronger the urge to kill. That's how it seems to me, anyways. Good grief, talk about a spanner in the works. I said we take stock for a moment, remind ourselves where we've come from and where we're going. That might be a good idea. Okay, yeah, she took to killing faster than I did. That's what you hired me for, ma'am. To look into your son's kidnapping last year. To uncover the truth behind the abduction and murder of Shuichi Shigima. Oh, yes, I remember. They never did find the one who did it. That's what I'm here about today, in fact. Kind of you to let me drop by so late, by the way. I've been turning over every last stone, and I've come up with a grand total of 1 lead. We're all trying to find the guy who did this. So you said. What's up, Penny? As far as the police are concerned, it's a cold case, but I've managed to make some headway. I remember. You were just about to tell me. The Shigima kidnapping overview. A kidnapping and murder case that took place in Honjo, Sumida around 1 year ago. Harue Shigima's son Shuichi, age 11, was kidnapped on his way home from school with a ransom being demanded the same evening. Initially, the kidnapping was thought of as a simple extortion scheme, but when it came to light that the Shigima family was closely tied to the police, and Shuichi was in fact the grandson— Dude, this is crazy. The grandson of a senior official, it was quickly assumed that the perpetrator was acting upon a grudge against the police force. The kidnapping was treated as a direct attack against the good name of the police, and a large-scale investigation was launched that used the best equipment available to trace phone calls. That made it all the more embarrassing when they were unable to catch the culprit, losing the public's confidence. The culprit grew cocky, relentlessly mocking the police force. Not gonna lie, this is the kind of horror movie that like the crime/horror movie that I love. I watch a lot of like Japanese and Korean movies that are basically along these lines. I love it. After 3 days of failure after failure, Harue reached a breaking point. Spurred by concern for her son, she resolved to hand over the ransom money as fast as possible, but her husband and father, who held the prestige of the police in high regard, refused, saying that they would not let the criminal win by giving in to their demands. The increasingly frantic detective assigned to the case lost his temper when the criminal called to give an ultimatum, causing the culprit to never make contact again. Man, who was it? Yeah, dude, Memories of Murder is one of the best movies of all time. That's definitely one of my favorite movies, but there are a lot of, like, especially Korean movies along those lines. Like, corrupt police involved in, like, some kind of murder situation. Love it. They're not all good, but they are all entertaining. Another week passed and Shuichi's body was found floating in the Sumida River. Shuichi's death could be largely ascribed to the police's incompetence, but this was ultimately covered up with stringent media embargoes. The investigation was never closed, but the case is long gone cold. It's only been a year! Damn, that's only a year and it's already like a long, cold case? Okay. Shuichi Shigima, an elementary school student. The only son of Harue, he was kidnapped and murdered 1 year ago. His body was discovered floating in the Sumida River. He was a conscientious... Right, man, we heard about this when we first encountered Harue. Without contact or any new evidence, there isn't much that can be done. Yeah, I suppose. Just investigations take such a long time that it's kind of crazy for something to be considered cold after a relatively short amount of time. Shuichi was a conscientious, brave young boy who was determined to protect his mother, Harue, amid his father's frequent absences. He dreamed of becoming a police officer and displayed diligence and an impressive sense of responsibility from a young age, likely to being raised in an extremely strict environment. Born in the early 70s... Wait, we're in the 60s? It's like 1962? This is the 80s? Oh, sorry. I jumped 10 years the wrong way. Thank you. Okay, that makes way more sense with the hair and the color TVs and whatnot. I was like, what? Sorry, my gay ass heard 70s and subtracted 11 instead of adding 11. Okay, so it's probably like mid-80s maybe, early mid-80s. He spent, because he was 11 and then add a year for the death. He spent his days immersed in various activities and studies, including playing piano, learning the abacus, taking English lessons, and training in kendo. Shuichi's tendency to put other people's needs over his own meant he died without ever telling his classmates how much he longed for them all to go out on a hunt for mockingbird stickers. That is tragique. Harue's 11-year-old son was kidnapped and murdered about a year ago. The death was the result of a mistake on the part of the detective assigned to the case. A mistake which enraged the kidnapper and had him cut off all contact with the police, leaving no room for negotiation. The incident was covered up and Shuichi's killer remains at large, leading the aggrieved Harue to call on the services of private investigator Richter Kai to uncover the truth. The Shigima, I also, this is just bringing, there's like an X-Files component, there is a unsolved an unsolved murder component, there's paranormal shit. This game is so good. The Shigima family came from a line of samurai who built their residence in Honjo during the Edo period. They assumed important positions in the police force following the Meiji Revolution, thereby protecting their family's elevated status. Even today, many in the Shigima line work as police bureaucrats and senior police officers. Harue's father sits in the upper echelons of the National Police Agency, and her husband, adopted into the Shigima clan through an arranged marriage, is also a highly respected agency official. Interesting. However, as her family prioritizes work above all else, it wasn't long before Harue's marriage grew cold. Though she wants for nothing, she is isolated from her neighbors and withdrawn from society. Seeing her son grow into a young man gave Harue a purpose in life, but it was cut short by the kidnapping incident. Following the incident, Harue spent many days in a deep depression, breaking into sudden fits of shouting and wandering around in the middle of the night. Her cheerful, loving disposition faded away, and she took to making snide remarks at her husband, which only further soured their relationship. A few months ago, Harue's husband was transferred into another area for work and now rarely returns home, with Harue left to live in the large, empty mansion alone. As a housekeeper who's been with the family for a long time comes in to take care of all the housework, Harue has nothing but time on her hands. Housekeeper, eh? Housekeeper, eh? A housekeeper named Yakko, perhaps? It's all coming together. It is a small world, which is that's kind of like the whole premise. It's that like since like for hundreds of years, this place has just been poisoned by murder, resentment, and it's all like physically and spiritually manifesting. Including into the present day. You all have 8 pieces of candy today, by the way. I'm gonna get another one. I got a can of Mountain Dew. Let's freaking go. You know, we still need to figure out exactly what you want me to do. Tell you what, Why don't I tell you what I've found and then we can make a decision?
All right.
Oh, okay. One of these dialogue trees where I need to go somewhere else. I suppose there's not much point in going over the kidnapping itself.
No, I'm very familiar.
Then I'll leave that for the files to cover and just confirm a few things about the case. The police traced the culprit's calls back to, let's see here. Northern Oyoko River here in Sumida City. That's quite a wide area.
That's right.
In the end, they never managed to nail down exactly where the calls were coming from. But it was almost certainly the same location that Shuichi was being held captive. Since Shuichi's voice could be heard during the killer's calls, that's horrible. Northern Yoko River is quite a distance from Shuichi's normal school commute. Factoring in that he was seen at school but went missing before he arrived at his house, it's likely that he was abducted by car on his route home.
Maybe, but...
Exactly. Shuichi was a clever boy. He never would have gotten into a car with a stranger.
That's right. I was very firm about that. I know that he understood, too. I even saw him warning the other children. Oh.
It's possible that they forced him into the car. The only issue there is there weren't any witnesses to the kidnapping. You can't bundle someone into a car with that many students around and not be noticed. But nobody came forward to say that they saw anything suspicious. So, did they target him at some other time or somewhere away from his usual route? Both of those seem a little far-fetched. Which raises the question, how did the kidnapper pull it off?
The police never managed to find an answer.
Someone known to him? That's like usually, that's usually what happens in, like... Yeah, I know. Well, you know, these are the cops we're talking about. This family is connected to the cops. Who knows what kind of corruption might be going on.
In the end, they decided that the kidnapper must have just gotten lucky. That's fucking stupid! What's up, Calsho?
Well, why not turn the problem on its head? The kidnapper managed to convince Shuichi to get into their car, but how? The only thing that makes sense to me is if they were somebody that he would have had a reason to trust. A teacher, perhaps. Oh god, there's been so many evil teachers. A teacher, perhaps, or a relative, or somebody else that he knew.
But all of the adults that Shuichi knew had alibis. The police checked them all thoroughly.
They did, huh? No one throws numbers at a problem like the cops. Bro, why wouldn't you know this? But what if it wasn't someone he knew, rather? What if the culprit disguised themselves as a police officer?
Huh?
That would explain why he didn't find them suspicious. The Shigima family has close ties with the police, after all. He would have had a reason to trust them.
You might be right. But surely that couldn't have...
Well, there's a problem with the theory. You'd be surprised how much police officers stand out. That's sort of the point, after all. They're meant to be a visible deterrent against crime. But there's another interesting little bit of trivia I happen to know. When you ask people to imagine someone suspicious, nobody pictures women or children. Even kids who've been warned about stranger danger. They often subconsciously expect that danger to look like an adult man. Besides, Shuichi was the sort of boy who wanted to be a police officer when he grew up. He must have had a very strong sense of right and wrong.
That's right. Wait, surely you can't mean...
Now you're getting it. If, say, a young woman approached Shuichi asking for help, what would he have done? If someone like that said that they were lost and asked him for directions, would he have gotten into a car? I mean, that would be very stupid.
He might have. My husband always told him that a man had a duty to watch out for women and children.
Yeah, this game is awesome, Kalsho. It has been so good. You could certainly argue that that kind of attitude is outdated nowadays, in the 1980s. But if Shuichi believed it, then we might have something here.
Then you think the culprit was a young woman. But it was a man's voice on the phone.
She might have been an accomplice, or maybe she didn't even realize that she was being used. If anything, that would explain why she hasn't come forward. She herself might not realize that she had anything to do with the case. So the question is, did anybody see Shuichi speaking with a young woman on the day of his disappearance? See, what I said about people's biases, that goes for witnesses too. And I figured that maybe if I started asking new questions, I might get some new answers. Evaluating men on the Richter scale. The Richter Kai scale. I support this. So I spent my day asking around Shuichi's school route, seeing if anyone had seen something. And one man thought he had.
Do you mean he saw it happen?
Well, I can't say that for sure yet. It turned out he wanted something from me, so he asked if we could talk in private.
Several hours earlier.
All right, this should do. There's no one around. We can speak in confidence. Excuse me, what was your name again? This motherfucker.
Jonouchi.
Got it. Well, Jonouchi, I'm all ears.
Just so we're on the same page. You're a private detective investigating Shuichi Shigima's kidnapping. Do I have that right?
Of course. What else do I look like?
How should I know what a private detective looks like? Forget it. Look, I'll tell you straight. My life is in danger. I need your help.
Huh? You'll excuse me if that caught me a little off guard. Let me ask you straight. Not gay. Who's trying to kill you?
A student called Michio Shiraishi.
This is the one who died. Interesting. A schoolgirl, eh? Sounds like you've been naughty.
It's nothing like that. That girl, she's a murderer.
What?
I'm the only one who knows, but I saw what she did. Michio Shiraishi. I saw her kidnap Shuichi Shigima.
Come again?
I saw her talk to him on the street and lead him away. I didn't think of it much at the time, but then he went missing. I don't know how much I trust this guy, though. She murdered him, I'm sure of it. Or at least she's got something to do with it. That's what you're here for, isn't it? Then you can't let her get to me. If that's true, you've been sitting on some valuable information. Why didn't you tell anybody? Yeah, hasn't it been a year at this point? Well, you see, if you can't explain that, I don't have any reason to believe you. I couldn't. She told me that she'd kill me if I spoke a word. Dude, what the... You're telling me a schoolgirl had you scared for your life? So you've been sitting on that all this time? And you think she's coming for you now that you spilled the beans? Yes, that's it exactly. I'm begging you, don't let her get me. Arrest her, I'm telling you. She's a demon. Well, you seem to believe what you're saying. But it just don't add up. How could a schoolgirl have a fully grown man so terrified?
It's the woke agenda. Which girl is this? This is Michio, who is the girl who apparently killed herself. She wasn't a rebel. Her parents remarried and her stepdad's abusive and she like started falling off with her grades at school. And it seems she jumped off a building, but it's just the curse that makes you... I believe it's the curse. Fool's Procession. Kills by fatal fall. It seems like it might have rebounded on her. She's still alive now. Or wait, no, is she? When did she die? In the game. Michio is a different girl? Okay, hang on. We need to look at the files again. Am I confusing my high school girls? No. This is Michio, right? Hitomi Okuda is the one who's a rebel. Yeah, so Hitomi was the one we saw in the school when we were playing as Yakko. Michio is the best friend of Yakko who passed away, the one we were consulting the spirit medium about. And she was found looking like she had fallen, but she didn't kill herself, which lines up... Oh, oops, no. Which lines up with the curse of the Fool's Procession, which Yakko got. Which sort of implies that maybe Michio had the curse. That also implies to me that these curses have kind of existed with the cop who died 2 days ago. And Michio seeming to die by a fatal fall before the midnight of today. It seems like these curses have like manifested before. Can we check the tax log? Yeah. Michio Shiraishi. And it's saying that Jono Uchi is saying that she is the one who lured this 11-year-old boy away. I don't think it's exactly time travel. I just think that these, like, my theory currently is that Michio, the girl who everyone thinks killed herself, had the curse. She had the Fool's Procession curse from her high school and maybe tried to use it on her stepdad or something. And it like maybe rebounded on her, similar to what we think might have happened to Yoko. But we don't really know how they work yet. But she definitely did not, the spirit board told us she did not kill herself. She didn't even fall. So she was definitely killed by this curse. And apparently she's now threatening this teacher who... The other place we saw this teacher was, however, at night with Hitomi Okuda, who is like a rebellious student. And also, the cop who died 2 days ago, this is also connected. We need like a crazy board connecting these people. I don't even remember his name, man. The cop who died. Hajime? This cop who died like 2 days ago was working on cases involving 2 students, and one of them was, I think, the girl who died. I think one of them was Michio and the other was Hitomi, if I'm remembering correctly. Because he works with like rebellious teens. We definitely need a murder board. And like a family tree, perhaps. A family tree of curse bearers. But it's starting to seem like, because it's starting to seem like these curses, it makes sense because they go back hundreds of years, but I don't think this is the first time these curse stones have manifested. Okay. You don't know what she can do. She'll curse me. Curse you? I'm sorry, but you're losing me here. Oh my god, it's the kissy face from Richter! Oh my god, Axie's love. It's true! Her house, it's... Well, forget it. Why do I even bother? You seemed dubious enough to believe me, but I should have known you'd never understand. He looks like he needs to pee. Enough, I'll find someone else to help me. Hey. Damn. Richter is such a babe. Huh. You, when you're cold? Yeah, me too. And that's about the long and short of it. I can hardly believe it. At the time, I thought his mention of curses was just crazy talk. But I'm starting to see that there might have been more to it. Then, if we just find that girl... Curse or no curse, if she was with Shuichi on the day of the kidnapping, then there's a good chance she knows something. On top of that, I did some digging on the man I spoke to. His full name is Kohei Jonouchi. He's a teacher at Komagata High School here in Sumida. A teacher? Then this schoolgirl is one of his students? I think that's very likely. Oh, yeah, he's the... Is he the homeroom teacher? Oh, hang on. I forgot to update the, Forgot to update that YouTube link. English and homeroom, yeah. Because we saw him. Homeless teacher. There we go, if anyone is avoiding ads. Oh my god, he's staring into our soul. I don't think I've ever tried thinking as her. My heart's still racing. This is it. My chance. At long last. More about the kidnapping. At last, we got a lead. Hopefully it'll be the breakthrough that we're looking for. The rite of resurrection, huh? I read about that in an occult magazine the other day. Apparently some old book showed up recently with all the gory details. And they say that the rat can be found somewhere in Honjo. I remember the first time you told me about that. It felt like my prayers had been heard. It's too good to be true, lady. Like I had hope, real hope, for the first time. Ever since that awful day, I've wondered, what if I hadn't sent him to school? What if I'd just paid the ransom? Not a day goes by when I don't think that if I'd done something differently, Shuichi would still be alive. You can't blame yourself, ma'am. It was the culprit's fault, not yours. Oh, I know that won't help any. Grief is funny like that. I'm guessing that's why you're after the right. Guess I didn't need to ask. It's written all over your face. I can tell how much he meant to you. Oh man, this is a tough one. But, and this is a big but. No comment. If this right is the real deal, using it will mean killing someone and stealing their soul. Is that a problem? If it comes to that, I'm afraid I'll have to stop you. Oh, that's a shame. A shame, huh? That's all? I'd thought, if I'm gonna be competing with other curse bearers, then your detective skills might come in useful. You realize you're talking about ending someone's life, right? Don't you see an issue with that? I think any parent in my position would happily kill for a chance like this. That's so, is it? Dear, oh dear, what have I gotten myself into? She's like probably right to some extent, but I think she is speaking. She's obviously not well, but I think she's also speaking under the influence of the curse a little. If it makes you uncomfortable, then you won't have to get any blood on your hands yourself. I don't need you to kill the other curse bearers. I only need you to find them. I won't be party to murder, ma'am. Not even for a client. That's interesting, though, because we had assumed when we encountered her as Shogo in the first chapter, we actually had to let her kill us in order to, like, you know, be able to retry in a sort of meta way with external knowledge as a player, that we had to throw our lighter away. And when we died, we saw Richter behind her, which I thought, you know, I thought that sort of implied that he let her know that we had a lighter because we shared a lighter with him. Maybe he'll give in. I'll pay you. How much can I give you to change your mind? Sorry, ma'am, but not everyone has a price. I've got my policies and I'll stick to them. I see. I didn't realize you were so stubborn. Let me say, though, it's not like I don't get what you're going through. As long as you're not killing anyone with your own hands, maybe I can help you out. What do you have in mind? Well, how about stealing someone else's curse stone after they filled it with soul dregs? Ah, if that was all you were after, then I could lend you my services guilt-free. If the other curse bearers want to kill each other, that's their business. I'm not trying to be a hero here. I guess there's no guarantee a stolen curse stone will work, but we can worry about that later. Well then, I suppose we have a deal. Although, what if I stole a curse stone using my curse? Would you disapprove?
That would void our contract, ma'am. Just warning you now.
My. Alright, so I guess in the Shogo questline, he was probably not too happy about her killing us. About my curse. Before we go any further, why don't you tell me a bit about that curse of yours? The Haunted Clappers, was it? That's one of the 7 mysteries of Honjo, if I remember correctly. That's right. The original story did happen somewhere near here, I think. I'm sure I remember hearing that. In that case, my money would be all on the curse bearers being somewhere in Honjo. Our first move should be to narrow them down. Some of them are bound to try and come for you first. We gotta be ready. The curse makes their bearers more willing to kill, so an attack could come from anywhere. That sounds sensible. And if I remember rightly, your haunted clappers can set people on fire, but only if they have a naked flame or a ladder. Okay, wait, it's that specific? You have to have a naked flame or a lighter on your person? So a match would not work? That's right. Sometimes the character's interpretations are more specific than the log. How does this curse know what a lighter is? It's from hundreds of years ago. You think it's a translation thing? Very possible. Very possible. In olden times, wooden clappers were used to warn people of fire. I'm guessing it punishes those who don't heed the warning. Seems like a good curse to have. It's simple and straightforward enough to use. Though it's hard to say how it stacks up without knowing what else is on the table. We should do a curse tier list when we're done. Once we know them all. Target smokers. There are a lot of smokers in Tokyo, to be fair. You really think it's that good? The target can't do much to throw it off, and it has a nice long activation window. It's big that it works on ladders, too. Just slip one. This is what I was thinking. Just slip one into your target's pocket. And say that condition were already fulfilled before they even know you're there. They wouldn't even know what hit them. Maybe I won't have to actually use it. I could just tell someone that I could, and they'd have to do what I said. Threats could work, although without any proof it'll come down to how convincing you can be. The pros and cons, ease to trigger, number of targets, extra benefits, yes. So far, I think if Tsutsumi is truthfully describing his curse, the fact that he can basically check if someone is lying is a pretty crazy ability. Once someone knows about it, though, it's like fairly easy to avoid. It's still powerful, but in terms of actually being able to kill people, once someone knows, it's kind of tough. If only you could use the curse and back out at the last second. At the last second? What an interesting idea. I have a lighter right here. Oh, we could try it now. That is an interesting proposition. But maybe not. I'm not quite crazy enough to make myself a guinea pig. I want to do some guinea pigging. Oh, I see. Well, I'm thinking she could tell someone at the last second to throw the lighter away and maybe like they would cease burning. You're an odd one, ma'am, if you don't mind me saying, and I don't think it's just the curse. You flatterer. As for what we do next, first of all, I think you should stay indoors. Try not to do anything spontaneous or outside of your normal routine. Right then, have you decided what you want me to be working on? Hmm. Leg is way up there. Only deaf people are immune. Yeah, I guess so. I also don't know if deaf people are immune because it says like covering your ears doesn't work, and many deaf people can still like there are different levels of deafness for one thing, but like even the most like profoundly deaf people can still like feel sound. So I feel like it's only if you are the player of a game that you can literally fully mute something. Yeah, only meta gamers are immune. So that's pretty fucking powerful. Um, Help me with the rite. Bringing my son back is more important. I want you to help me with the rite of resurrection. Roger that. The rite it is. Odds are good that the other curse bearers are also working by night. Anyone they kill under the cover of darkness won't be discovered until sunrise. Oh yeah, is it only... I think Mio is the only one with the knowledge that the curses like really only work at nighttime. It's not only about having cover of darkness. I believe that the curse weakens in the light of day. I bet they'll be trying to do as much as they can before morning comes. So it's settled then. I'll look into the other curse bearers by night. And once the city wakes up and I can start asking questions, I'll investigate the kidnapping as well. I'll even try and find Ms. Shiraishi as part of the bargain. Thank you. That's more than enough. Now then. What did he just do? Was that just that animation of him getting up? I should get to work. There's only so much time before sunrise. I'll call you if I find out anything new. You can stay here and keep a lookout. All right. There's no telling what kinds of curses you might find out on the streets tonight. Don't go outside if you can help it, and try to be ready for anything. I will. Well, if that's all, I should be going. So this moon marks, I believe this moon marks midnight. Yeah, because this marks when all the curses are born, I believe. Or the new curses anyway. Okay, I really need to pee because I've been hydrating like a fool. And then we'll start the next part. Ah, I'm attached. Oh yeah, remember to get your candy, everyone. I got a candy necklace, let's go. Raisins are good. Aw, Dasha's snoring. She's so cute. Dude, my lips looked blue in the mirror when I went to the bathroom just now. I'm turning into a corpse. I feel fine though, I think. A nice thought. I guess I'm being cursed. A nice thought. Despite having obtained the curse of the haunting clappers, Harue Shigima is determined to use the rite of resurrection by stealing the remaining curse stones. She instructs her private investigator Richter to find the other curse bearers. Dasha curses me every day. Oh, hang on. Let me give you a little demon dog view. Oh, look at that demon. My beloved demon. Getting into the spirit. This game, low-key, does make me crave alcohol. But I don't have any. I also, you see at the top how there's like a blue bar and a red bar. I didn't realize until today that it's actually like it's a timeline of night into day. All right. Harue Shigima, 1 a.m. Shigima Mansion reception room. Oh, there's a nice... Is that a fan? It's been almost an hour since Richter left. By the way, I'm so relieved to have like a feminine voice to do because I can't even make my voice go that deep, but male characters are real tough on me. He promised he'd call me if anything happened. But he hasn't. So all I can do is wait. And wait. I want to know, is this a plate or a decorative fan? I'm waiting for Richter to contact me, but he hasn't. I'm waiting for Richter to send me a fax of his big butt, but he hasn't. I don't know anybody else who owns one. I'm trying to think of the timeline. Like, I guess even in the West in the 80s, no one really had faxes either. In the 90s, they were much more common. I feel like a lot of people, even my family was fucking poor, and we had a fax machine for some reason. There's nothing going on at this hour. Did the fax machine work? I don't know, but we had it. I see no point in turning it on. But what if the ring is on? The ticking seems so loud. Just goes to show how quiet it is. Should I put a record on? No, it's too late for that. I'm not in the mood for music anyway. The flowers put me at ease, just a little. That old hanging scroll. I've seen it too often to feel anything from it now. This is just a portrait of mental illness, for real, for real. Come to think of it, I never even offered him tea. Oh wait, there's a newspaper. Not that I ever learned how to make it. Oh, right. I'm like, bitch, you don't know how to make tea, but I guess in Japan, making tea is like a whole fucking thing. What's this? A newspaper? It must have. Oh, that's what. Oh, okay. When Richter got up, I was like, what is coming out of his ass? I guess he had a newspaper that fell out of his ass. It must have fallen off of the chair. Of course, I'm gonna read it. It's a newspaper. I only leave them in here for the guests. I hardly ever read them myself. I don't think I've taken the time to go over one in years, in fact. Well, it's not like I have anything better to do. Let's fucking go! Now it's a newspaper simulator? Society. It looks like the city's biggest problem right now is pollution. My only complaint is that they should have made it more like, you don't need to actually write the characters and stuff, but like, make it more interactive rather than just a menu of options. Let me actually turn to the society page. The city's biggest problem right now is pollution. I remember how the air and water used to be even more polluted. That's been a common theme as well. Wasn't there was a story where the water was so, for one thing, the pond in the middle of the gardens used to be connected to the river, but then it was so polluted that they cut it off. I got 10 hours of playtime. And then with the Nejima murders, they actually had trouble finding the fucking body, and the people who were searching for the body parts like got sick because the Sumida River was so polluted. That's been another common theme. The reviewer, yes, the reviewer was polluted. The river was covered in scum from all the sewage and industrial waste, and it stank so badly it made my eyes water. Eventually, people started getting sick and it couldn't be ignored anymore. Fortunately, it's gotten better since then. Although the air around the industrial district is still filthy with gas and smog. Economy. All sorts of articles about the current state of the economy. Now that the post-war boom has passed its peak, we're moving into the era of large corporations. It's about 220 to 230 yen to the dollar. Manufacturing is on the rise, and exports are healthy. The dollar's down from its height, and people are saying it could fall further. There's no denying how much the standard of living has improved in the past few years. Bitch, you don't leave your house! How does she know any of this? She doesn't talk to anyone. It's common to, and she said she doesn't read the newspaper either. It's common to own a car and television now, and supermarkets are better stocked than ever. I guess I'll suspend disbelief because this is the game just wanting to info dump on me about Japanese history, which is fine. I'm curious to, it's... Dude, oh my god, there are multiple things. Okay. Although with everyone flocking to the city, land prices are skyrocketing. Nowadays, most people can only dream of home ownership. The city center is going to be nothing but apartments before long. I'm not exactly a businesswoman, so this all feels like another world to me. What else about society and pollution? If there's one thing Honjo never wants for, it's horrific crimes. Jesus Christ! They found a police officer dead in a local park just the other day. This is, Hajime? A lot of my family are in the police. I hope it wasn't anybody I knew. I don't read the news anymore, not since last year. It brings back bad memories. Suicide at local high school. Oh, I remember that. A high school girl jumped off a roof about a week ago. Okay, so it was a week ago, but this is also the girl how long ago was it that Richter was talking to the teacher? Was it like also around about a week ago? It was earlier that day? Hang on. I gotta check the VOD. Is that true? That's why you guys were confused. So I wonder if that's a case of translation again. Because we did, or not mistranslation per se, but like literally just like someone typing in the wrong number or word. Because there was another thing where it said that Mio was speaking, but it was actually Yakko, and so that led to a lot of confusion. One time they wrote 11 a.m., but it definitely was supposed to... Exactly, the AM and PM thing. All right, well, we'll take it at face value for now. I'm sure it'll make sense when like the threads actually come together, but mistakes like that do make it kind of hard to be a detective. She was bullied, I think, or maybe it was something about exam pressure. What? But... No, this can't be right. Her name. Michio Shiraishi from Komagata High School. It can't be. Alright, anyway, enough of that, I guess. Now that everyone has been spending more... Now that everyone has more spending money to go around, people are coming up with all kinds of new diversions. It seems like only yesterday that people were flocking to the arcades to shoot aliens. But now we have these enormous theme parks and gaming machines that plug straight into our televisions. Everyone's talking about superhero series, foreign films, and movies based on the latest bestseller. Yeah, at least she realizes something's not adding up there, but I'm not sure if, like, the timeline is what's not making sense to her, or just the name. The picture on the cover looks like a koala looking to the right in a mugshot. Yeah, I can see it. Back in my day, fusion rock and folk music were all the rage. But now it's all about city pop! Yes, dude! Yes, dude, we love city pop. And idols. I find it hard to care about that sort of thing anymore. We fucking love city pop in this household. I hear the new big thing is some mascot line of delinquent birds. Mockingbirds, I think it's called. I mean, you should have heard your son talking about these. Was that what Richter was talking about? Does she not know that her own son was, like, obsessed with these? Trends seem to have such short... That also doesn't make sense because her son was into these for at least... It was a year ago. Anyway, I'm being autistic. I'm sorry. Trends seem to have such short shelf lives now with how quickly the times are changing. I think I'm just too... What the fuck? Bitch, you're 30! You're probably younger than me! She's too old to keep up with the trends! I think I'm just too old to keep up anymore. I'm 32. Is she actually 32? I know it said in her 30s. I'm fucking ancient. Just curse me or send me to a home. It's young people. You're young! 32 is young! I'm dying. It's young people who... She needs to, like, pick up a video game, I think. I'm 38, man. I think I'm literally at the age where, like, I have to, like, calculate what age I am. Cause, like, it's... Why even keep track anymore? Thank you. I'm like, is that right? I don't know. It's young people who are leading the way with their modern worldviews. My generation will only fall further behind. What the fuck I'm losing it. What is she talking about? Oh my god. Oh, Axes, you're so old that you can't even type anymore. The young generation, really. They're the ones who are controlling everything now. Education. Everyone attends high school now. Even girls. What the fuck? Hang on. How recently were girls admitted into public high schools? Girls' high school, Japan. Are we talking about like they have mixed gender schools now? I'm googling like girls Japan. Girls high school order 1907. I'm curious. How old is she? We're in the early 80s. No, but law school is different from high school. They didn't invent the cooties vaccine until 1979. I'm curious if what she's referring to is, yeah, like maybe girls had a... I would buy that even in like the 70s, girls might have gone to specialized high schools where like they focus on homemaking type thing. I would buy that for Japan maybe, but I don't know. Maybe we should do... I don't want to get too distracted now, but I kind of want to research that. Universal education policy, they call it. The country's gotten rich enough that every child can go to school. Like, we're talking like post-war, but why is this lady talking like she's living in the 1930s? Education is the backbone of modern society. If you want to work for a good company, you have to get into a good university. With more people in the running than ever, the competition to get into those universities has gotten fierce, though. The new generation is rebelling. Schoolyard violence and delinquency are on the rise. But my boy was too sensible to get mixed up in any of that. Was he? I don't want to read anymore. It'll only remind me of him. Let's look at TV. I don't really watch much television. It feels as if all the information in the world gets passed through that little black box. Oh, thank you, Lala. Lala the goat. Article 26 of the Japanese Constitution was established in 1947 as part of the new post-war constitution. It guarantees the right to an equal education and mandates that all children receive ordinary education. The state obligated to provide free compulsory education. Like, that's... I can buy that. That, you know, it was really the post-war boom economically that, and the new constitution as well, that had, you know, mandated a universal education policy. But we're like 40 years off of that at this point. Okay. And like, surely, hang on, if she is 32, she would have been, she probably went to high school. But father stopped them from reporting on the kidnapping back when it happened. I was glad about that. Less fuss. Now the comedy boom is over, all the comedians are flocking to other genres. The occult seems really popular at the moment. Look at all these paranormal specials. Alright, we have read the newspaper. We're gonna get a phone call? I've made sure the receiver is on the hook. It'll ring as soon as he calls. Ah! That must be him. Hello, Shigima residence. What if it's a curse bearer who uses telephones? Komagata Bridge. There's our man. Based on some quick reading, it seems like it was slow to come... Yeah, that's fair. It was slow to come into effect in practice. Yeah, she would have been born in the early 50s. High school, late 60s then. Yeah. I gotta, especially coming from a wealthy background. She definitely went to high school. Richter called me out here to meet him, and we came to Komagata Bridge. Richter, there's something I need to tell you. Funny, I was just thinking the same thing. Standing around is the last thing I want to be doing right now. This is my only chance to bring back my son. I can't afford to fritter it away. She does? She does talk like she's from the 1940s. We're on Komagata Bridge over the Sumida River. There's a highway on one side and a freeway on the other, but they're both deserted this late at night. Komagata Bridge. One of the bridges spanning the Sumida River. Completed in 1927 as part of the reconstruction effort following the Great Kanto earthquake, it is notable both for its distinctive blue arches and the cutting edge, for the time, techniques used in its construction. There are many bridges stretching across the Sumida River, each boasting a unique structural form and design. He's gazing down at the water. What does he see down there, I wonder? You go first. All right, then. I've been poking around places connected to the Seven Mysteries, looking for curse bearers. And I think I found a few candidates. No way! Wait, I just realized Takumi probably does have a curse stone if he was creeping in the park. So like in our original storyline with Shogo, where we get the curse as Shogo, Takumi, we kill him and we confirm he doesn't have a curse stone. But maybe he gets it in this alternate timeline where we saved Yoko. Okay. First, a tall man I ran into in Kinshibori Park. I asked him for directions, trying to probe him a little, but he turned the questions right back around on me. And he was out of there the second he figured out I wasn't what he was looking for. Maybe not. I got the sense curses were nothing new to him. I'm about 40% sure that he's a curse bearer. What if the plane never crashed? No, really. Then there's this middle-aged guy I saw on South Warigasui Street. This isn't the teacher, because Richter knows. Wait. Who do we think has the... No, this is the researcher. What's his name? Araishi? Yeah, because we confirmed that he has the darkness curse. Good night, GT. There's no question about this one. He had one of the curse stones in his hand. He had a nervous air about him, too. It was clear that he was up to some shady business. Gathering soul dregs, I'd bet. He'd make a good target. Oh, the weird woman. The weird sweater woman. Next up is a pair. A young man and woman I saw around Ryogoku Bridge. This time the man came up to me and asked me flat out if I was a curse bearer. I told him I didn't know what he was talking about, and he backpedaled and left. Looks like they lurk around there often. Looking for kindred spirits would be my guess. Very curious about the woman. Although it didn't quite seem like they were working as a pair. Gathering soul dregs in a group might be a decent idea if you could make it work. But with things being how they are, it's gotta be hard to find folks one can trust. They got brass, though. I don't know what their deal is, but I'd like to find out. Last is 2 detectives I've seen sniffing around. The police are involved. Not necessarily. A body turned up in a local park a few days ago, so they might just be looking into that. Still, the park's got ties to one of the 7 mysteries. Might be it was a curse that did that guy in. And if they're sending in detectives from the head office, then something's gotta be up. How do you know where they're from? Let's just say that when you're in this business, there are some faces you get to know. Anyway, that's everyone who's caught my eye. So, we know all of those curse bearers except the lady in the sweater. If she is indeed a curse bearer. And we also don't know if maybe Takumi is the one who ended up with the Whispering Canal curse. You found all of them in so little time. I really did hire the best. It's all in the name, ma'am. Richter Kai, P.I. No, wait. Make that Richter Kai, investigator extraordinaire. You wonder why he doesn't have a Japanese name? It might be for the mystique. My, an investigator extraordinaire. Is that why you can dress like that without drawing attention to yourself? You bet. An investigator extraordinaire can blend in like a chameleon in any outfit. Well, that aside, the middle-aged man and the young couple sound the most promising, am I right? Whichever we pick, it's still too early to... whichever we pick, it's still too early to make a move. It seems like the curse bearers are less involved with each other than we thought. Oh wait, and they don't know about the high school situation yet. Yeah. There are still others we don't know about. I say we hang fire and see how things play out. Once more bodies start showing up, that'll get the pot nice and hot. And once it's boiling, our chance will come. There's something I need to tell you. He does have a nice butt. What's up? Well, that girl, Michiyo Shiraishi. The one who was with Shuichi on the day of the kidnapping, allegedly. That's her, well, she's dead. She's what? The student who committed suicide last week. That was her. I heard something like that had happened. Never got the name, though. Talk about bad luck. We finally get a lead only to find out it's turned into a literal dead end. Unless her death was the whole reason that Joe Noichi was so shaken up. He said that she was gonna curse him. Was he talking about her taking revenge from beyond the grave? Oh, okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Seems like we're back where we started. They acknowledged it. Yeah, okay. It's still kind of odd that, like, Richter, who is an investigator in this area, wouldn't, like, know the name of the student who died, but... Not necessarily. That teacher knows something, I'm sure of it. At the very least, I'd put my money on him having something to do with Miss Shiraishi's death. That's why he's so scared of being cursed by her. I see. And also, something tells me that he knows more. Oh, and also, something tells me he knows more about your son's kidnapping. Huh? In any case, I think I've got a good idea of what he's hiding. Call it a hunch. A hunch? Well, more of a theory. Care to take a guess? can guess. I can't say for certain, but what kind of dialogue tree is this? Michio Shiraishi. What the hang on. What the hell is this? I don't think did he silence her? I honestly think it happened to herself, but this feels like a nonsensical thing to say. What's the next in the tree? There is a ... With a curse, with murder. Okay, maybe she blackmailed him. That makes sense, right? Because I don't think he did anything to her. Because I don't think he has a curse. Silenced him with obviously not with murder, because he's not dead. And we know that Michio died by a curse. This would be kind of weird. So I assume you can do this part of the storyline without having done the Yakko part. We kind of have like knowledge here. What if Michio Shiraishi silenced Mr. Jonouchi with blackmail? What do you think? Interesting. That's what he claimed was going on, but I wonder about that. Huh. Oh, it's wrong. That might be a little far-fetched. I see. Sorry if I disappointed you. I'm not really cut out to play detective. So wait, the other options... The other options are crazy. Huh, okay. I feel like we just missed an achievement opportunity, probably. Well, no point dwelling on speculation. The truth will out in time. I don't think we know nearly enough yet. Right now, I think we need to have another chat with Mr. Jonouchi. The Sumida River. The water is filthy and horrid, but at night when it's still, it looks almost peaceful. Can I ask you something, ma'am? Is the Sumida River what you Honjo folks picture when you think of home? I couldn't say. All I can tell you is that I can hardly stand the sight of it. Right. Should have guessed. Yeah, by the way, my son was found in there dead. I keep feeling, I keep feeling rumbling. Maybe it's just buses passing outside. It's freaking me out. This was where they found him after he went missing. All alone, floating in that horrible water. All I can think is how scared he must have been. How cold he must have been. That's why I keep looking around, because I think maybe it's Dasha like rumbling in her chair, but or in her bed, but she's not moving. What did he ever do to deserve something so awful? I've come here every day since then. Wait, there actually is a vibration option. Wait. My controller is plugged in, but I don't... I don't think that's what it is. I've come here every day since then, and I prayed to the river to give him back. To give me back my son. Day after day after day. You know, in olden times, people believe rivers marked where our world met the next. Oh. So the act of cross and flow in water had a huge amount of spiritual significance. Back when Edo was founded, the people of Chuo saw the Sumida River the same way. They associated the far side of the river with the afterlife. That same place would later become Honjo. All their fear and revulsion accumulated there and took root. Maps, let's fucking go. Love maps. Does Dasha feel the rumbling too? But then the Ryogoku Bridge sprang up after the Great Fire of Meireki, and just like that, Honjo was part of the city too. Good night, Axes. I hope you enjoyed the VOD. And as it turned from farmland into a town, the people surrounded it with man-made rivers and crisscrossed it with canals and waterways. Weren't those to prevent flooding? That's what I was told. They were, but it's not all they were for. Their other purpose was to contain all the corruption that had built up on the far shore. And stop it leaking through to our side of the Great Divide. Officially, they were a physical barrier, but unofficially, they were a spiritual one too. So, if I have this right, are you saying that Honjo is a place where the real world meets the afterlife? Exactly. That's why the rite of resurrection is here rather than anywhere else. I'm sure of it. I do like this idea of Honjo being a place that's like... where I guess the veil between here and the other side is thin. And is probably why the 7 mysteries and their curses have survived to the modern day. And I guess that would make this spot we're standing now, right over the water, the border between life and death. If there ever was a place where bringing back the dead might be possible, I reckon it's here. It's funny that you mentioned praying to the river. That might have done more than you think. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Just thinking aloud, ma'am. Well, it's a nice thought. Okay, now Dasha is rumbling back there. Wow, what a nice picture. Sumida is a Class A river that is part of the Arakawa River system, which runs through much of eastern Tokyo and empties into Tokyo Bay. During the Edo period, Sumida's riverbanks played a key role in the transportation of lumber used for construction. In addition to its logistical importance, it was also a place for common folk to gather and enjoy activities such as seasonal flower viewing or river bathing, and there exist many woodblock prints depicting such activities. The area became plagued with sewage issues when the surrounding environs were industrialized in the post-war period, but the situation has improved since. Many unique bridges span the Sumida River, including the Ryogoku and Ozumabashi bridges, which attract a large number of visitors as sightseeing spots. Massive fireworks displays in the summer are also always sure to draw a crowd. The river has served as a cornerstone for both the city and its people, having both aided in its development and serving as an inspiring backdrop for countless works of art and literature. Cool. Oh, that's right. There's one more memory that I have of this river. Do you mind if I tell you? Go ahead. It must have been about 20 years now. 20 years. Oh, maybe she was one of the other students. It must have been about 20 years now, when I was still a schoolgirl. Back then, the Sumida River was much filthier than it is now. She wouldn't have been in high school, though. Sir, I'm always trying to draw connections between all the stuff we've heard. It was full of garbage and industrial discharge. It was scummy and slimy, and it stank. You could look out over the water and see dead cats and dogs and pigeons just floating. Jesus God. And one day, among all the filth and garbage... Okay, confirmed. There was a piece of my missing classmate's hand. What? It was almost a miracle when you stop to think about it. There were dead... I wonder how historically accurate that is, that there were, like, literally dead, like, pets in the river. I don't know how much of this is color and how much of this is actually, like, how horrifically polluted it was. It was almost a miracle when you stop to think about it. What were the chances that someone would find a part of her that was still recognizable? And that, although everything but the palm had rotted away in the water, the part that was left would have an identifiable scar. And that they could tell that it had been a murder from the blade marks on the bone. Wait. Are you talking about the Nejima murders? So you have heard of it. I'm impressed. Yeah, she's a few sandwiches short of a picnic, for sure. But hang on, I'm being autistic again. Wasn't that a high school girl? If she's in her 30s, 20 years ago, she would not be in high school. Yeah, female high school student. Come on, game! She says it was her classmate. Maybe she's actually in her 40s. Cringe. Or maybe she's my age. Maybe she's like 35 or something. Maybe she's not 32. So you have heard of it. I'm impressed. I assume you were but an elementary schooler at the time. Okay, she's older than we think, apparently. I think she might be closer to my age. I think she might be like mid to late 30s. That would track with her being in high school at the time. I don't know. Keeper, where did you get the 32? I wasn't really aware of it then. I only heard about it after the fact. I had no idea the victim was a classmate of yours. Fumichika Nejima. He did not get away with it. He was sentenced to life in prison, I believe. But they only got him for this specific murder when it seems like it was probably more. A man who made headlines over 2 decades ago as the perpetrator of the brutal killings known as the Nejima murders. Yeah, maybe we just like jokingly were like, oh my god, she's 32, but no, she's actually old. Mid to late 30s. Her life is basically over. Occupation self-employed. Actually, maybe it'll update the... Let's just talk about this a bit more. To be honest, it was all a bit of a blur. A wave of chaos just parting around me. Hi, Tulip. Something like that. They say the rest of her body must have sunk to the bottom of the river. They combed the riverbed, but they only ever found pieces. Everything else must have rotted and flowed out to sea. Afterwards, I heard that all the divers who'd been looking for her fell ill. A sorry story for everyone involved, huh? It's funny, everyone figures the river's filthy already, so one more piece of garbage won't hurt. But every little bit makes it worse. Oh, this is Richter talking. Every little bit makes it worse. It's a vicious cycle. He's so poetic. I knew I wouldn't want to go rooting around down there myself. That's right, which is why the riverbed is the last place anybody would go looking. Or so was the killer's thinking, I suppose. The times were changing quickly back then. Things were confusing. Everyone seemed to be in a hurry. Young people were moving to Tokyo in droves. Some even ran away from home to make it in the big city. And they made easy targets for bad people. A lot of them ended up disappearing without a trace. Oh? You see, back then, if you chopped a body up into tiny pieces and threw it into the river, it would rot quickly and discreetly and sink to the bottom, never to be seen again. Are you saying what I think you're saying? They arrested him shortly after, Fumichika Nejima, the man who killed my classmate and cut her into pieces. He was so methodical about it, it couldn't have been his first crime. And people began to wonder how many other girls he'd murdered the same way. The police never found any evidence of other murders in the end. But the river knows the truth. How many corpses has it swallowed up over the years, I wonder? The same thoughts spread through everyone's mind, and they started to avoid this area. So, really? The river has been rank with corruption for decades now. Or at least that's how it seems to me. Well, was that interesting? Well, I can see why you don't have any good memories of this river. With all that darkness lurking beneath the surface, there's no reason that you would. Still, if I may, ma'am, I'm surprised you know so much about the Nejima murders. It is 100% spooky time. What's up, Miller? But how could I not? After all, I was the one who found the hand. The police actually wrote me a thank you letter. They said it was only thanks to me that they managed to bring Nejima to justice. That was the only time my father ever said that he was— Jesus Christ! Oh my god. That was the only time my father ever said that he was proud of me. Yeah, her family sucks. There's like generational trauma going back centuries in this place. Which is I find that very compelling. You know, like, with trauma, if you've done any amount of reading, like there's a very popular book about trauma called The Body Keeps the Score, which is something that I definitely believe in. You know, if trauma happens to you, like, your body remembers it. That's not like hocus pocus, that's just real. I really find compelling the concept that like physical locations also can have that kind of memory. And this is highlighting that in a really a very, like, I mean, obviously there's some sensational things happening here, but it's there's we're getting a lot of lore about this area that is real and historical, interwoven into the story, that it feels like a very thoughtful exploration of the idea that, you know, not only do people hang on to trauma through generations, but so can land, so can a place. You covered a lot of that kind of thing in your victims advocacy certification. You totally talked about that book too. Yeah, I was the first like very good therapist that I had was a huge advocate for that book. It's pretty popular in like trauma recovery therapy circles for sure. I guess it just wasn't the killer's day. Sometimes I wonder if he resents me for it. We're still talking about the Sumida River. We don't have a check mark yet. You'll have to check it out. Yeah, it's not not an easy read, especially if you are someone who has any kind of trauma, but it's good for understanding yourself if you deal with that kind of thing, and also people around you. Even people you don't know. Like, it's just a good way to contextualize humans, I feel like, because we've all got shit. Everyone has shit. You might not say that the land itself remembers, but the society that lives there does and keeps it alive. Yeah, that's a more like a less mystical take on it, I suppose. I do genuinely. I guess I'm sort of mystical when it comes to land. I'm a bit of a crystal mommy when it comes to that stuff. I really do think land could have a memory. But also I mean, I've also, you know, done some like planetary science that does imply that planets can have memories of past events. The Sumida River. I have nothing but awful memories of it. Okay, we're done. We're done talking about the Sumida River. You're always looking to understand how to help people relate feelings and understand them more. Yeah, it's really good. Like, having compassion in general is good, but actually, like, developing an understanding for, like, why people might act the way they do, and, you know, having more understanding of potential context it's good for you, and it's good for the people around you, I think. Is something wrong? Not really. It just struck me. It's been 20 years since the Nejima murders. Yeah, I was thinking of that too, Tulip. Like in a lot of indigenous cultures too, there's almost like a familial connection to the physical land that you're on, and I definitely respect that. Even if that's not part of my own background, I totally buy that. So it has. Not to spook you or nothing, but I thought you might be interested in knowing. Huh? Life in prison doesn't always mean life. Oh, Jesus. There's precedent for first-time offenders being allowed out on parole after 20 years. Only if they're found to show remorse, and which this person did, by the way. Only if they're found to show remorse and the desire to reform themselves, of course. That's right. I'm impressed you know so much. He was a cop! He literally went through the police academy. Still, it's hard for someone with a criminal record to reintegrate into society. Okay. I hear they've been trying to fix that recently, matching inmates with jobs and accommodation. Oh, really? They keep an eye on them, of course, and make them report in for regular checkups. But to avoid discrimination, they keep the inmates' records a secret from everyone but their employers. They even give particularly notorious criminals new identities so they won't be recognized in the workplace. My. The way you put it. It's like you're saying Fumichika Nejima could be out on parole right now. Back in society under a new name, with nobody any the wiser. It's possible. As it happens, a little birdie told me about a big name making parole a few months back. I find it hard. Listen, point of contention, I don't think someone who kills a child is, even if it's their first time, is likely to be eligible for parole. Am I crazy? That seems like, because, like, you have to consider how society views such crimes, don't you? I'm not an expert in this. I mostly just shrug Japan. Depends on the circumstances. I mean, yeah. I guess so. I kind of thought that society would view such a crime as so heinous that like no, but no. Yeah. I didn't think you would try to justify releasing a child murderer. I mean, no, I definitely, I'm a little worried that this game, something that crime stories sometimes lean into is like the horror of rehabilitation. Like the idea that the worst people in the world might be released into society and not see justice. When rehabilitation, like there aren't many child murderers in the world, thankfully, relative to other types of people in prison. So I feel like child murderers and rapists and stuff are often used as justification for retributive justice. Hopefully this game doesn't lean into that too much. I don't know if that was Nejima, but our discussion just now did bring it to mind. How convenient. I see. How unsettling. Now that you mention it, I just remembered something too. What was it? I was passing Komagata High School a little while ago when I saw someone. Okay. A janitor, I think, and I could have sworn he reminded me of Fumichika Nejima. Oh? He looked a little different after 20 years. Much thinner than I remembered, too. I told myself that I was just seeing things. But perhaps... Wait, oh my god. That... 'Cause Borlanti pointed out that when we found Mio's body, so the curse that we thought we were seeing was the reed. The one-sided reed where a woman's arm and leg were cut off on one side, but Mio's, it was opposing sides. Maybe she wasn't cursed at all and it was just a psycho who has a history of cutting up high school children. Okay. Perhaps it was him after all. Why also, if you're doing witness protection program, they're not gonna give someone a job and new identity in this literally the same area. So, what next? The big question now is what the rest of the curse bearers are up to. Luckily, the Sumida River is a good distance from any of the 7 mysteries. The curse spirit was there, but maybe it wasn't what got her. That's what I was thinking. That's, like, who knows how many curse bearers were in there. We had the teacher, we had the troublesome high school student, we had Mio herself. Although... Oh, fuck. I'm pretty sure Mio didn't have... Yeah, okay. The game confirmed that she did not have anything. It's unlikely that the other curse bearers will come all the way here. I can finally have a moment to think. I see. All right. Excuse me. Huh? Sweater lady? Yeah. Where did she come from? It's like she appeared out of nowhere. Ah! Nice earrings. I didn't mean to startle you. I'm terribly sorry if I've gotten the wrong people, but would you happen to be curse bearers? Curse bearers? What's that then? It means someone who's gathering souls for the rite of resurrection.
You have heard of the Rite of Resurrection, haven't you? Everyone's talking about it.
Color me intrigued. Care to tell me more, Miss, what was your name again?
Oh, silly me. I'm Ayame Tono.
University student Ayame Tono. Very fashionable. She certainly had no reservations telling us about the Rite of Resurrection. It'll be worth keeping an eye on her. She could be trouble. She says her name is Ayame. I guess she's around 20. She must be brave walking around alone this late. Or maybe there's more to it.
There's more to the Rite of Resurrection than meets the eye, you see. So the best way to collect soul drugs is to kill other curse bearers. And that's about the size of it. I hope it wasn't too much to follow.
No, I think I got the gist. Funny old world we live in, huh? So, are you saying you're one of these curse bearers?
No, well, not quite. It's complicated. I'm not, but Yutaro is.
Yutaro, is that your boyfriend?
Oh, heavens no. Just a friend. His full name is Yutaro.
You're out here giving people's full names away?
Yutaro Namigaki. We're, I suppose you could say, partners in crime.
Funny way of putting it. You wonder if we make some kind of connection to the janitor and that's what lets us continue Yakko's storyline? Me too. About Yutaro. So where is this Yutaro now?
Well, about that, he's not actually a curse bearer anymore. He's more like a former curse bearer.
Former? How so?
I don't really know the details myself, but apparently he lost his curse stone.
Typical, right? He makes such a show of being a top student only to flunk where it counts.
So now I'm out here looking for curse bearers myself. If you want something done right.
He lost it. How'd he do that? I wasn't with him at the time, so I don't know exactly what happened. All I know is that he came back saying he didn't have it anymore. Although, well,
it's strange that you'd probe into that of all things.
I'm just the curious sort, that's all. Sorry if it's a touchy subject.
Oh, I don't mind. I don't particularly care about keeping it a secret. Yutaro can be a little irrational sometimes, so I have to keep a level head on my shoulders.
So, anyway, mind if I ask why you thought I was a curse bearer?
Oh, that. I'm terribly sorry. I was so rude. I saw the two of you out late at night, and I suppose I made assumptions.
Gotcha. Sorry if we gave you the wrong idea. Out of interest. Dude, look. Look at her face. We look very, how does this girl not realize we're a curse bearer from this expression? Out of interest, what was your plan if we did turn out to be curse bearers?
Great question. And the answer is, I was going to ask you very nicely for your curse stones.
And you thought we'd have given them to you? Just like that?
Well, maybe not. But you know what they say, you never know until you ask.
You must really love your boyfriend if you're willing to try something that risky.
Oh, goodness, no. We're just friends. My life doesn't revolve around him, you know.
Okay.
Anyway, you aren't curse bearers, so I'm just bothering you, aren't I? Ignore me, please.
So, what are you trying to do with this Rite of Resurrection?
Well, Yutaro has his own plan all laid out. I don't know if I can get behind it, though. It seems... how do I put it? Self-centered? I mean, if you got a chance to resurrect the dead, it would be a waste not to use it on someone that really matters, right? So, I was planning to steal his curse stone at the last second and use it for myself. Well, until he lost it anyway. Oh, but don't tell Yutaro I was gonna do that, okay? I don't think he'd be happy to hear it. Of course. Keeping secrets is my business. My, aren't you dashing? Harue doesn't give a fuck. Sounds like you really have your heart set on this ride. What were you hoping to use it on? You promise you won't laugh? Cross my heart. Well then, let me tell you my master plan. Prepare to be amazed. I am an art student, you see. Woodblock prints are my specialty, ukiyo-e in particular. Ukiyo-e, huh? You must be a cultured lady. Really? Do you think so? Everyone says it's a strange interest for a girl to have. You know, people often think of ukiyo-e as some inaccessible, high-class art form, but that's actually totally untrue! Back in the Edo period, it was the art for the masses, amusement for the common people. So when you think about it, we feel exactly the same thrills from every brushstroke as they did back then. Isn't that fascinating? We do have lore. The person who designed the curse stones was an ukiyo-e artiste. Huh. I forget where we found that out, though. There was also a person... There was also one of these people. Who the fuck was it, though? One of the curse shades, I think, as well, was an artist. Yeah, the hanged man. The ukiyo-e boom, because he was an artist. Actually, this might be the same person, because Netsuke clasps, Netsuke are like how they describe the curse stones, what they describe them. I'm gonna Google that because I don't actually know what that is. Netsuke. Netsuke is a miniature sculpture originating in 17th century Japan. Initially simply a button fastener, it later developed into ornately sculpted objects. Okay, they're just miniature sculptures. So he's like a sculpture artist. I don't know if he actually did ukiyo-e. That might just be a throwaway reference. Right now, the vibes are spooky games at a friend's house on a weekend. That is such a good vibe. Wood blocks and clappers. That's what we're all about. We feel exactly the same thrills from every brushstroke as they did back then. Isn't that fascinating? Yeah, I guess. And as far as I'm concerned, the undisputed king of the ukiyo-e is the one and only Hokusai. Have you heard of him? Yeah, the tentacle porn guy. Sure I have. He's famous. Didn't he live somewhere around here back in the Edo period? That's right! You're just as knowledgeable as you look. Beautiful. This piece is so beautiful. And it's very famous, but... Such a beautiful piece. His 36 views of Mount Fuji are so iconic, they're the only works of his that most people know. But Hokusai was so much more than just mountains and waves and tentacles. That's only the teeny tip of a veritable iceberg of his work. Okay, this game is imbued with so much love for Japanese, like, historical culture. I love that. Like, so much of this dialogue throughout the game has just been someone lovingly info-dumping about some aspect of Japanese cultural history. Hi, Eki. Welcome in. I've got to admit, I only really know him from those landscapes myself. Oh, don't worry about it. Anyone can learn. When Hokusai died at the age of 90, he left behind over 30,000 drawings. That's multiple drawings a day for 80 years. Amazing, right?
So he kept on drawing right up to his old age, huh? Impressive.
But even in his final years, he was never satisfied with his own work. His dying words were, "Should heaven afford me but 5 more years, I shall finally become a true artist." Even on his deathbed, he still thought he had more to learn. He was already one of the greatest painters and artists of his era. Who knows what he could have done with more time?
Oh, she wants a zombie Hokusai? That's kind of fucking insane.
Well, that's what I want to find out.
Huh? Hold on. Are you saying... Wait, no, hang on. The crazy aspect is the longer someone has been dead, the more soul dregs are required, no? The more time has passed since someone's passing, the more soul dregs are required. Girl, she'll need so many dead. That's the other aspect of, like, when we were playing as I'm always like forgetting his exact name. Shogo. It's a kind of an unusual name. When we were playing as Shogo, we were like filling up our stone, but is 100% necessarily what's required to bring someone back to life? Because we actually hit, I think, 125% because we killed so many curse bearers. And then the stone killed us for some reason. Anyway, all that to say, bringing back Hokusai would be... that would require a lot of death.
Besides, he always said he wanted to move out of 100 houses, but he only made it to 93. Isn't that just tragic?
Oh no. Nuh-uh. No way this is going where I think it's going.
Imagine the masterpieces that he could create with modern techniques. I feel all dizzy just thinking about it.
Oh my god, imagine Hokusai with AI. You've gotta be kidding me. So, if I understand correctly, you want to use the Rite of Resurrection to,
That's right! I want to bring Hokusai back to life!
Well, that's certainly a novel idea. Harue is, like, freaking out because she wants to bring back her recently departed 11-year-old son. That's what she'd use it on? What a waste. Katsushika Hokusai. The Great Wave off of Kanagawa. Truly a beautiful piece. Truly. A master ukiyo-e artist, 1760 to 1849. Hokusai was active during the late Edo period, considered to be the golden age of ukiyo-e in Japan. Born in Honjo, I actually did not know that this is the birthplace of Hokusai. He spent most of his life in the area now known as Sumida City. Among his most famous works are the 36 Views of Mount Fuji and the Hokusai manga. Hokusai was a prolific artist from a young age and has left behind a wide variety of works, producing an estimated 30,000 pieces during his lifetime. We got art history, we got other cultural history, we've got historical maps. This game has everything. Though the general popularity of ukiyo-e declined during the Meiji period, Hokusai remained a core figure at the center of the Japanisme movement, providing inspiration for countless artists around the globe. Despite his name, Hokusai himself was said to be rather indifferent to money. Oh, despite his fame, not name. He was said to be rather indifferent to money or decorum and lived a life that quite appropriately resembled that of the whimsical and otherworldly scenes often depicted in ukiyo-e. Although he went by many names, in his later years he took on the title of Gakyo Rojin Manji, or the Old Mad Painter. Hokusai lived to be 90 years old and never lost his passion for art. This game is so cool. We love a multi-layered game. Oh gosh, is that the time? I should be going. There, from the beginning, like from our opening dialogue with Yoko and Shogo, I did feel that there was like a bit of artifice in the dialogue, whether due to localization or what, I don't know. But there is a bit of artifice in all of the dialogue, but it kind of works in the context of a game that is like explicitly trying to inform you about Japanese history and culture. Hi, decoy. I like it. I like it. Normally, you guys know that artifice in dialogue normally pisses me off, but I like it. I need to get my hands on a curse bearer before daybreak. Sorry for flagging you down out of the blue like that. Best of luck. Most normal art student. Alright. Ayame Tono. She's a young woman, so we haven't confirmed that she doesn't have one. She's working with Yutaro. Her love of Katsushika Hokusai's ukiyo-e is so great that she wishes to resurrect him with the rite of resurrection. Ayame is a clever but calculating university student who only has time for her own interests. She's making the best of a recent boom in the popularity of... Hello? She's making the best of a recent boom in the popularity of female university students, incited by their appearance across TV commercials and radio programs. Ayame is content to ride this trend so long as it allows her to get her hands on whatever she needs and wants in life. Recently, Ayame has figured out that older men will fall for her if she acts a little bit stupid. She was approached by Yutaro Namigaki in town, and although she was not attracted to him, agreed to date him because his family seemed rich, so they are dating. However, she does not think much of him as a human being and is beginning to grow bored of their relationship. Okay. Pretty, this is definitely an archetype. This, especially in, Japanese media, this is certainly an archetype that exists. Well, there goes trouble. If we're going after curse stones, we should keep an eye on her. 2 if we can. Why do you say that? Before she left, she wished us best of luck. She's got at least an inkling that we're curse bearers. My. There's a good chance we'll clash sooner or later. We're after the same thing, after all. You head on back to the mansion, ma'am. I think I'll tail her for a while. Okay. No more curses. Interesting. Very interesting. No more curses. Harue has received multiple reports about other suspected curse bearers. Although concerned about Ayame Tono, who apparently also is after the curse stones, she entrusts Richter to continue his investigation. Harue Shigima, 3 a.m. These people are night owl. These people are my people. Wide awake at 3 in the morning? Back here again. I left Richter to continue searching for curse bearers. And came home alone. Will this really be enough to gather the soul drags I need? What if nobody uses any more curses? I'll lose my chance to bring him back. I can hear the wind rustling in the trees. The old Shigima mansion. We rebuilt it here after the Great Kanto earthquake. It's always stayed the same all these years. Even the war didn't touch it. I never liked it growing up. I always wanted to live somewhere more modern. Shigima residence. What a gorgeous... These fucking background paintings are so pretty. Once a warrior clan with a mansion in Honjo, now a dynasty of police officials, the Shigima family is one of considerable repute. The family estate was originally located some distance from the city, but the Great Kanto earthquake of 1923 forced them to rebuild in a new location. The Shigima mansion was at one time a bustling place where members of the social elite mingled. 1 year ago, however, the head of house was struck with a sudden melancholy, and ever since, their mansion has stood silent as the grave. Sudden melancholy. Just wait a second.
What the? It's another sticker.
Mockingbird number 5. There's no description, right? The ostracizer.
Yay.
Shoot, I wonder if because sometimes they'll give you an option like that, like, oh, enter or wait here, but there's nothing to wait for. I wonder if I've missed a couple by just going on ahead. I suppose I can always go back. Alright, let's go in. Interesting. Interesting. This implies that we have to go back here, right? It also said the achievement that just popped was complete the Harue branch of chapter 1, which I'm like, wait, what the fuck? This is still chapter 1? This is our only option right now. It didn't crack? It did. This one? The normal curses? Or do you mean... Yeah, no, it made a crack sound. It's kind of impossible to see when it's grayed out. Alright. I'm just gonna start this from the beginning. And we'll catch up on all that happened since we did this before. I'm curious if they expected us to go in order. Hey Mio, what was that just now? Could it be another curse echo different from mine?
I think so, yes. We may have been discovered by another curse bearer.
Oh.
Hmm?
What's wrong?
Shh. Someone's there, in that classroom.
What?
Something moved inside.
Well? Check it out stealthily. Also, what's this, like, red mark?
It might be the curse bearer.
Oh, I'm still mixing up Mio and Yakko, God help me.
It might be the curse bearer who used that curse echo just now.
Also, hang on. I don't actually remember. What kind of voice did I give for Yakko? I think it was pretty ordinary, right?
I think so.
I remember Yakko's voice, but not my... Oh, fuck. I remember my Mio voice, but not my Yakko voice. Toward ordinary. Let's see. In the magazine.
Or during the day. Correct. But it seems that there are...
You mean like how my curse echo needs someone to listen to the sound? Yeah, okay. Fairly ordinary.
If we can see who it is, it might help us decide what to do later. That's true. Okay, be careful. Well, can you see anything? Try and get a look around.
Wonder if there are stickers here. I don't want to... I don't want to look at them. I want to look for stickers. Ah!
Huh? Is that our homeroom teacher, Mr. Jonoichi? And the person with him is Hitomi from Class A. What? Oh my, what's going on here? Ah! That bastard! He's at it again! I have to kill him.
Sure. It shouldn't work anyway.
Hey! Die. Die, Mr. Jonoichi!
What's the sound?
No, Yakko, stop! You'll kill Hitomi too! I have to do something. Ah!
Hey, over there. Who's there?
I was seen. It didn't work. Run, hurry. It seems like they're not coming after us. Let's hope they didn't see our faces. But, Yakko, what came over you all of a sudden? Sorry. Thanks for stopping me. It's like this uncontrollable rage suddenly welled up inside me. I wonder what's gotten into me. I can barely even remember what happened. I'm really sorry. I do think it's partly the curse's influence on you, but we certainly saw something shocking. My heart's still pounding. I'm a little surprised you know Hitomi from Class A. She tends to stand out a lot. Gotcha. Well, she certainly does dress like a delinquent, though she barely shows up to school.
Oh, God.
But could Mr. Jonoichi or Hitomi really be a curse bearer? I don't know, but we should be careful just in case. Yakko. When I give the signal, run. Go straight to the entrance. Don't look back, no matter what. Huh? Why? Did something happen? Something happened, didn't it? What about you, Mio? I'll be fine. We'll meet up outside the school gates. If I'm not there in 10 minutes, go straight home, okay? Okay, go. Right.
I wonder if the option we're gonna have now that was blurred out before was that the janitor, we might know who he is. I have to get outside. Let's see. To get to the gates, I go by the gym and...
What are you doing, miss? You shouldn't be here this late. Don't you know what time it is?
Oh, Mr. Ashimiya. Did we... I know we got some info on him. There's speculation that he may have led a far more interesting life than it seems. But that's all we know. Okay. Nothing about him having been in prison or anything. Well, if it isn't little Yakko. Anyways, students ain't supposed to be outside playing around at night. I know you're rough around the edges, but I didn't take you for one to act out like this. I'm not acting out. What about you? Should you be smoking on school grounds? He started about 6 months ago. Interesting. Ah, well, it ain't lit, so it's all right. It's, you know, an accessory. Don't go changing the subject. There's just no letting my guard down with you. So, why are you here so late? Well, the truth is I forgot something in my classroom. Again? You sure are a piece of work. Huh?
But you don't have nothing with you.
Oh.
Wait, you do. What's that in your hand?
Huh? Oh, well, this is what I forgot. I got it from my grandpa. It's really important to me.
Girls these days sure have weird tastes. Well, okay. Better head straight home if you're done. I won't tell on you. No, wait. I can't let you walk home alone this late. Alright, wait a little. I'll hurry and lock things up.
But...
Oh. Go home alone without checking on Mio. Ding ding.
Oh, right! Mr. Joniichi was actually looking for you inside the main building.
What's that? He's here right now? What's he thinking?
I don't know. He was in class 3B on the second floor just a bit ago.
Well, I suppose that means I can't be locking up yet. That is what she said to do, yeah. I wonder why that option unlocked now. Second floor, you said? I'll go take a peek. Be back in a jiff.
My house is really close by. I'll be fine on my own. Really.
That's so? Oh, the snack shop, right? Suppose you'll be fine then. Be careful now, you hear? Stay on the big, well-lit streets. If something happens, shout, "Fire!"
Okay, you worry too much.
Well, we wouldn't want to be losing any more students. Though I imagine you'd know that better than anyone.
Yeah, you're right.
Yakko Sakazaki, 2 a.m. Komagata High School, front gates.
Mio's late. I've been waiting for 20 or 30 minutes, but there's no sign of her. Huh? There's someone coming down the road.
What the fuck?
That's... Wait, so Mr. Araishi is Mr. Darkness. That implies that he wasn't in the high school when we were. It's Mr. Araishi. He looks on edge. I wonder what he's doing. Wait, he's the one who discovered the rite of resurrection. It wouldn't be strange for him to be involved with curses. I wonder if he has a curse stone. What do I do? But it's way past the 10 minutes Mio said she'd be here by. I managed to escape. I can't let that go to waste. I need to get out of here before anyone sees me. Damn it, I could have cursed Araishi. Damn me for listening to my friend.
Yakko's home.
Tadaima. Thank goodness. I don't think the walk has ever felt so long. You're not inside yet, girl. Nobody will be able to use their curse once it's light outside. I need to go look for Mio as soon as it's morning. Get inside. Right now. But for now, I need some rest.
Jesus, okay.
I was really scared for her. I was really scared for her, man. She's like, I'm home. Still outside on the street. Yo, what's up, Rome? I'm gonna get another chalky bar.
Or apple, or reasons. Swedish fish, let's go.
How's it going, Rome? Have you played this game before? Okay, so we can now continue along I'm wondering if like this represents chapter 1. A threatening phone call. These apples are obsessed with you. Have any of you ever had a caramel apple? I think maybe I've had one like once. I'm not really a huge fan of like toffee. Yeah, like once. You've seen someone play it before. I'm really enjoying it. It's very compelling. You've seen them but never tried one. You've had so many. They feel like, so even when I eat apples, I don't like raw dog them. I sort of have like a, you guys can't see me very well. Hang on, let me flashbang myself for a second. Ah! I have like quite a small palate. Like my jaw is not very big. So if I try to eat food, it's like gonna get all over my face. So when I eat apples, I have to chop them up into pieces. So a candy apple has never appealed to me at all. They were a staple in your last town? Apples or candy apples? You and your mom used to make them every year? There was a Rocky Mountain chocolate factory near your town, and they always had great kinds of special things. They would cut them for you. Okay, that's huge. I think I would fuck with a cut up candy apple. Unwieldy is how I would describe them. Especially when I was a kid, my jaw would have been even tinier. Okay. A threatening phone call. After persuading Araishi, the curse-bearer of the ever-burning lantern, to give up his stone, Tsutsumi and Harue have obtained 3 curse stones in total. That's really not many in the grand scheme of things. They continue their investigation of the town in search of the remaining curse-bearers. You had a friend who would request them for birthdays and holidays instead of cake? Wow! That kind of makes sense. Given there are a lot of like apple hotspots in Canada. It's a third of the known curses. Yeah, the ones that we know about. Apple slices and caramel dip, I think, would go very hard. I love apples with you know, like natural peanut butter, which is like sort of like runny. I love dipping apples into natural peanut butter. Tetsuo Tsutsumi, 4 a.m. It is peak grim salad time. Road. Well, with this, we'll have visited every place connected to the 7 mysteries. This is the last spot, huh, boss? And we've got nothing to show for it. Even though every last location looks suspect from top to bottom. Maybe we came at the wrong time. There might not have been any curse bearers around. Sounds like we'll need to do another round before morning comes then. Can I get a kissy? Or maybe. Oh my god, they're both making the kissy faces. They're ready. Someone's been observing our movements. What? No way! It's just a thought. Either way, we should check out this last place. Let's hope we finally get a lead. New Yahweh just dropped. Kinshibori Park. Oh my god, where it all began. Where it all began. This screen is making my entire room orange. It's all coming full circle. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What the hell is this? Is he dead? Damn it. We were too late. Was this a curse too? Hang on, I'm gonna call this in, boss. I'll leave it to you. I'm gonna take a look around. Boss, bad news.
What is it? Another mysterious death was reported in the area just now. The medical unit and forensics team are on their way, but it'll be a while before they arrive. Ah, that's bad news. So they got someone else. You think this is the work of a curse bearer? With suspicious deaths popping up one after another, we have to assume that it is. Shit. Guess we'll be stuck waiting around for a while. Time for some kissy poos? Maybe a sticker. Huh? Boss, that phone is... Oh yeah, the phone booth has gotta have a sticker. That phone is ringing, boss. He seems distracted by the phone. Are you okay back there, Dasha? Are you having a curse moment? I checked the surroundings earlier. There were no signs of a curse bearer or any curse echoes around. The ringing of the phone is the only sound cutting through the quiet park. Boss, I know there's been two moitas, but the collectibles... Okay, hopefully we can enter the telephone booth. Thankfully, the stickers really stick out. Thankfully. Boss, the phone. Hello, Ushi. That's me. Caught. What about it? It's ringing. It sure is. Aren't you gonna go pick it up? Huh? Why would I? Why wouldn't you? It's super suspicious. Oh, give it a rest. Do you have anything better to do? Well, not exactly. Then why don't you pick it up? We'll miss it if you don't hurry. Right, they'll probably hang up soon. Are you really okay with that? You aren't the least bit curious? I guess I'm a little curious. Ah, so you're one of those people. You think that if you pick up the phone too quickly, the caller will think that you got nothing going on. So you deliberately let it ring a bunch of times before answering. Do people really do that? There are definitely some who would want to give off the impression of being busier than they really are. Well, detectives don't have time for that kind of foolishness. Caught. Then go pick it up. This is a great dialogue tree. Fine. You leave me no choice. I'll answer it. Hold on, Ariel. We don't know what could happen. I'll do it. Sure, it's all yours. You little... I'm like, when is it gonna stop? You know, it might just keep ringing till you pick up. True. It might even be ringing because someone knows that we're here. It's entirely possible, in which case, come on, anytime now. Okay, I saw the check mark. We exhausted the options. I'm gonna let Dasha out to pee before we answer the mysterious telephone because she's sort of rustling back there. Be right back.
Listen, we'll answer. We'll answer the phone. Dasha is just staring, by the way. I can't rotate my camera any more than this. Know that she is just standing there. Oh, you can see her. Look at. She's just standing there. Don't stare at me like that. Alright. Yeah, she looks exactly like Edward from Twilight. Alright, oh, what the? Yeah, suspicious corpse. A young man in his 20s killed in cold blood. He's definitely dead. But I can't quite discern the Can you stop? Alright, there's her ominous shadow. I can't quite discern the cause from what I've seen. There are no obvious external wounds, but what is that leaking from his mouth? Water? 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 Okay. Okay, I'll answer it. Yes! Huh? What's this? There's something stuck to the side of the phone. It was necessary! Look, we got a sticker from it. Come on, boss. That's not what we're supposed to be searching for. This looks like a mob. Actually, not a mob boss. It's a delinquent student for sure. With that jacket. Mockingbird number 13. Pelican knot. Oh, pelican knot. Pelican knot. Okay, I'm gonna answer. Well, we better go check it out. I would love these stickers in real life too, along with the carvings for the curse stones. You're right, but be careful. It could be a curse. Hey, I said we. You expect me to go alone? You're the one who's tough against this stuff. Don't worry, boss. You can do it. Go on now. Damn it. Hello? Moshi Moshi? Kinshibori Park phone booth. Who could this be? Who could this be? I'm gonna give them a really annoying voice.
Took you long enough, Tsutsumi. Did no one teach you to pick up the fucking phone when it rings?
Who is this?
I finally got him. The real deal. Detective Tetsuo Tsutsumi himself. Wait, that's Chief Inspector Tsutsumi now, ain't it? You come a long way since we last met.
Is this the killer? I asked you to identify yourself.
Man, have you forgotten already? After all the time we spent together. What a time that was. As I recall, I gave you quite the runaround.
Wait. Is this... Fumichika Nejima?
What? Did you say Fumichika Nejima? Like the one from the Nejima murders? Ding, ding, ding. You got it. I had a feeling that the great Chief Tsutsumi would remember me.
So that did we have confirmation that Tsutsumi was involved in that case? I forgot.
I spent 20 long years in a cell thanks to you. That shit was not easy.
Aria has really good hearing. You should be thanking me. Should have given you plenty of time to think and atone for your sins.
That it did. I've repented. My conscience is as clean as a whistle.
Bullshit. 20 years in prison doesn't even begin to make up for the shit you did.
I don't know about that. After all, the justice system was gracious enough to grant me parole.
What? If this is the real Fumachika Nejima, you must have a grudge against me for arresting him. So is this payback? Damn it. What's your goal here?
Now, you gotta understand. I've repented, seen the light. I've been a good boy since I was granted parole. I even got myself a job. I've been real serious about walking the right path.
Well, that's very nice. Keep it up.
But it was no good. When the opportunity arose, it was impossible to hold myself back. I knew I had to give you a little token of thanks, or I'd never truly be able to have a fresh start. You get what I'm saying?
No thanks, I don't need anything. No need to do that all for me, just try to live a quiet life.
Oh, it's no hassle. No hassle at all. It would be all too easy just to kill you, to tear you apart. But that wouldn't be very satisfying. Certainly not after 20 fucking years of waiting.
It's a long time to nurture a grudge.
You fucking bet it is. I let it gnaw at me, grow inside of me. I thought of nothing else. All that time I played model prisoner, endured the harassment those asshole guards threw at me. And I did it all for you, Tsutsumi. So please, just accept my deepest and most sincere feelings.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I don't feel the same way about you.
Shut the fuck up! That attitude of yours is why I'm saving you for last. Okay.
What are you planning? Whatever it is, bring it on. I'm not running away.
I just told you I'm not coming for yous yet. Pay attention when people talk, shithead. You see, this time I want to see you on your knees, weeping in despair, begging me for mercy.
Wow. Oh no, I'm so sorry, dear Nejima. Please forgive me, I won't do it again.
Shut the fuck up! This is exactly why I've always hated you so fucking much.
It was worth a shot.
Do you really think that would sate me, asshole? You must be crazy.
Well, then we're both crazy. We've got so much in common, we should be friends.
Enjoy cracking your jokes while you still can. I'm gonna kill everyone you care about, one by one, till there's no one left.
Sorry to disappoint, but I'm a lone wolf. I don't have anyone like that in my life.
Oh, boss, what about me? Oh, wait. You trying to protect me or something? There's not a single person you care about? I wonder what your sweet daughter would think if she were to hear that.
Don't you fucking dare! I'm warning you.
Oh, very nice. This is more like it. She's living all on her own now, ain't she? Attending university and all. Such a good girl. Oh my, don't tell me that she just happens to live in Honjo.
What? She does? No, forget it. This isn't funny, asshole. I'm gonna find you and make you pay.
Oh, I love it. Keep going. I want to hear you lose your mind. It's music to my ears.
Fuck you. He doesn't even know where his daughter lives.
I look forward to chopping up your precious daughter. It'll be just like old times.
I won't let that happen. How'd you find me? How do you know where I am?
That's my favorite part. The sound of confusion in your voice. It's to die for. Oh, this is delicious. I can't get enough. I'm not telling you shit. Have fun racking your tiny little brain for it. I guess I could give you a little hint. Go on. Well, you see, I have the one-sided read. Oh, that's very appropriate. Ugh. Tsutsumi, you got the Evergreen Beach, no? Nejima, you're a curse bearer? You're using the power of the curse? Indeed, and what a peculiar curse it is. But that's where my hint ends. God damn it. This curse echo couldn't have fallen into worse hands. One more thing we should discuss. In fact, it's the most important thing. I thought you were finally gonna shut up. I'm already sick of you, so I'll pass. Oh, but you don't want to miss this. It's the main course. I could just go after your daughter, but something tells me you'd get bored. No, I'm good. You got me real fired up. You're in my head. Well done. But this is a gift tailor-made for you. I'm gonna kill all the people you swore to protect. Every last person living here. You couldn't. Oh, but with this curse of mine, I can. I'll give you until dusk. By then, I could probably get a couple hundred people or so. And it'll be all your fault. Oh, it must be hard to know that they'll all die because of you. So tragic. It must be tearing you apart. Don't fuck with me. There's no way an amateur like you could pull off a curse that strong. Unfortunately for you, I absolutely can. My curse stone is a particularly strong one. Which means I can have my fun without need to hold back one bit. It's almost like the Feast of Shadows was cast just for me. You're surprisingly well informed about this. Who was it that tipped you off? Who knows? Then how about I kill myself first and ruin all your fun? What about that, asshole? Idiot! You think I'd call it up just because you were dead? There's no run away for you. I'll find you, and I won't let you get away with this, Nejima. You got 12 hours. You really think your paltry little organization will be able to make a dent in my plans? Oh, the sacrifices made will be heavy. I can't wait to see you sobbing with regret. And I'll even have enough soul dregs to pull off the rite of resurrection. How splendid. Wait, Nejima, you're after the... Anyway, see you around. Bye-bye now. What a phone call. Kind of maybe confirms that he is the janitor because the janitor went to go check on Mio, but who was chopped up, which, you know, we have to assume is how that curse works for now. But we also saw the curse echo, like, before we saw the janitor outside. I guess he could have been in the school, too. He could have been inside. That was a perfect voice for Nejima. Boss! Ario, did you catch all that with your superhuman hearing? Nejima, what's he planning? Who knows? For now, we need to find him and get him into custody. Send word to HQ. But the fact that the 7 mysteries are wrapped up in this are going to make things tricky. You mean with Nejima being a curse bearer? Just our luck, really. Couldn't have been a worse guy. It sounds like his curse will be able to kill a lot of people at once. I'd like to avoid getting our investigators caught in the crossfire.
We'll use them to find out where he is, but then we're going in alone. We should try to collect as many curse stones as we can before then. Let's hurry. Aye aye, boss! Later, it was reported that a total of 3 suspicious deaths were discovered that night. Nejima's threats along with the curses were kept secret from the general public. However, the Honjo serial killing still made international headlines following the death of police officer Hajime Yoshimi. At Tsutsumy's request, a large-scale investigation was launched into Fumachika Nejima's whereabouts. Tsutsumi and Ario themselves spent the rest of the night looking for curse bearers in the area, but their search ended in vain. And with that, the curtain closed on that cursed night. 12 hours to sunset. Ah, we have more stuff! So we completed, I think that's chapter 1. Hitomi's help, that's a very compelling. Let's start with the line we were already on. Hajime Yoshimi's death, Nejima's threat of mass murder, the problems just pile up, putting the detective's goal of collecting all the curse stones in jeopardy. Tsutsumi leaves Ario to handle the investigation while he catches a quick break. Tetsuo Tsutsumi, 9 a.m. Oh, these are not Grim Salad hours. Kinchibori Park. I feel like I'm being flashbanged after an entire game of darkness. Sorry for the wait, boss, but I managed to gather some information. Took you long enough. Yeah, we're on normal Lala hours now. Forensics has finished their investigation, and the body's been carried away. That said, we're still closing the park to the public, at least for the time being. This place was really giving me the creeps last night, but it looks pretty normal now with the sun out. Sun? He's been up all night gathering information. Must be nice to be young and have that kind of energy, but I'm glad to have him on my side. It gave me a chance to rest up. Well, we've got ourselves quite the mess. Strange deaths popping up all over the place that may or may not have something to do with the curses. We also need to keep looking into Yoshimi and Nejima. For now, we'd better start following up on the few leads that we've got. Guess I'd better see what Ario's found out. Things at the station were pretty hectic, but I managed to get some info. Let me fill you in. Thanks. The floor's yours. The serial killings. A total of 3 mysterious deaths were confirmed in the area, including the ones in this park. So let's start with that one. The young man we found here. He's been identified as Shogo Okie, 25 years old, a regular old office worker who worked around here. He died of asphyxiation due to water in the lungs. He drowned. He drowned in the middle of the park? That's not possible. It's gotta be a curse we're dealing with here. How about that, boss? Isn't this park associated with one of those 7 mysteries, too? Yes, the Whispering Canal. That's right, the Whispering Canal. It does seem like there'd be a link between a canal and a death by drowning, don't you think? Sharp thinking, Ario. You're starting to get the hang of this. So let's assume they're related. What's next? Before that, the body of a woman was found behind a residential complex in Kamizawa. The victim has been identified as Tawako Hayashi, 29 years old. She was an office worker who lived on her own in the area. As for the cause of death, well, was this the disembowelment one? Yes. Oh God, what? Wait, do we have... It's so hard. There are a lot of curses. It is hard to keep them... Oh, it is the foot. It is the foot. Okay, because the foot is also from this area. Okay, the feet do in fact crush people. Yeah, we haven't seen this kill anyone else. It killed us once, but we didn't exactly see it. Alright, so she was killed by the... So this is who Yutaro killed. The entirety of her body was crushed by some kind of strong external force. No murder weapon was discovered in the area, but considering the way she was found, we're looking for something large, flat, and heavy that could have crushed her in one fell swoop. Yes, exactly. Hang on, are you saying she was stepped on? Meaning, foot washing mansion. Exactly. Crushing is the foot washing mansion's modus operandi. The place the body was discovered is also known to be related to the Seven Mysteries. Then is this Namigaki's doing? Shit. I knew he'd used it. Judging by the amount of soul dregs, the victim was just a regular person, not a curse bearer. Size 80 feet, yeah. Guess we should report this to Paranormal Affairs. Got it. And as for the third victim... What? He was identified as Kohei Jonouchi, 32, a teacher at Koma High. He was found in the school's courtyard. Cause of death appears to be external trauma from a fall or heavy blow. The impact crushed his arms and legs. What? Okay, so this is either one we don't know, but that really sounds like Yakko's. But we know that Yakko didn't use it. Not persons of interest. I need to look at curses. It could be another curse as well. But it sounds like the Fool's Procession. Interesting. Since he was found in the middle of a courtyard, he couldn't have fallen from the gymnasium of the main building. A teacher dying at school. And not just any school. Komagata House is one of the Seven Mysteries. It has to be the Fool's Procession. Right, it's where the Fool's Procession is supposed to be. It's too big of a coincidence. We can't rule out the possibility that this death was also the work of a curse. I see. Either way, it seems that all three victims can be tied to the Seven Mysteries. There's probably a curse bearer at the center of it all, pulling the strings. So Mio is okay? I guess so. Don't we have the day? Hang on, I'm trying to... Okay, she died a week ago. I was remembering that they had a day off school the day of and the day after, so I was like, maybe no one has been in the school yet, and like we know that the janitor is a killer anyway. Janitor could have hidden it also, but I hope Mio's okay. But you've got a point. All these strange deaths do point in one direction. That's right. And Hajime's case wasn't all that different either. He also died of mysterious causes in a place connected to the Seven Mysteries. Problem is, the timing doesn't match up. He died before the curses were activated. Huh. Could he have been hit by a different curse?
One that didn't have anything to do with the 7 mysteries? I don't like that thought. That's a thought, but... if that were the case, we'd be dealing with a powerful practitioner. One who could pull off a curse like that with... Oh, true! So anyone can use a curse stone, but if someone, like, say the person... maybe he was killed in order to create this whole summoning of the Feast of Shadows in the first place. One who could pull off a curse like that without using a curse stone. There aren't many people in this day and age who could do something like that. Oh, really? I see. I don't know too much about that stuff. I'd be more surprised if you did. Well, looking at these deaths, it seems that many of the curse bearers acted like last night. Well, we can't rule out that there were more killings from which the bodies haven't been found. Yikes! I hadn't thought of that. But there is one silver lining. Judging by my own curse stone, it seems like the curses can't be activated while the sun's out. Oh, that's great news! So basically, we're safe during the daytime. Exactly. It's also likely why Nejima gave us until dusk. Ah, he must have known the curse stones couldn't be active during the day. Either way, we've got until nightfall to settle this. It's time we flushed out the other curse bearers. Aye, aye, boss. Let's do this. Do you think someone could have duplicated Yakko's curse? I mean, if there's a mechanic that we don't know about yet? And based on the title of her next section, it seems like the problem student, what the heck is her name? Hitomi. It seems like Hitomi is gonna help. I don't know. I don't know. We definitely... I don't think we used it on him. The curse bearers. At the moment, we only know the identity of 4 curse bearers, you included. Yutaro Namagaki had the foot wash in mention, and Hideki Araishi had the ever-burning lantern. We got both of their curse stones now. And then there's Nejima, who claims he has the one-sided reed. Yeah, that about sums it up. Oh, thank God. Thank God. This is exactly the family tree that I wanted. Alright, so Yakko's got that. So, we don't know who has the Whispering Canal. I don't think we've encountered the Beckoning Light at all. Haven't encountered the Taiko of Tsugaru. And there are probably more curses. Alright. Very, very helpful little family tree there. There's space for one more at the bottom? Indeed. We better figure out who the remaining 5 are quick. How should we go about looking for them? There's no point in searching blindly without a lead. Let's focus on other things for now. Tracking down Nejima may lead us to the other curse bearers, too. The other student who apparently lost one? Who? Oh, we have it. He says he lost it, but, we actually... Where the fuck? Yeah, the college student. That was Yutaro. He told his girlfriend that he lost it, but we actually... we actually bullied it out of him. As the cop. Either way, he should be our top priority. He could do some real damage if we don't get him. I also want to look a little more into Yoshimi. I've got a feeling there's some connection there. Aye aye, boss. Sounds like we got our work cut out for us. Uh-huh. I looked around Sumada's Community Safety Bureau where Yoshimi was stationed. It seems like he was investigating the apparent suicide of a girl named Michio Shiraishi. Yeah, I heard about that. He was trying to determine whether it was really a suicide, looking into the height of the building, the force of the impact, her wounds, all that. He must have suspected some kind of foul play, because he ordered a full investigation. But it had already been determined a suicide, and his superiors told him not to go stirring things up. Bye, Tulip. I hope the kitty has a safe time at the vet. Huh, what was the evidence? Well, according to the report I found on his desk last night, the body was found at the foot of a building, a ways away from the road. There was no evidence of a vehicular collision, so it was ruled a suicide, but he thought there was more to it. Yeah, a truck or other flat-faced vehicle traveling at high speeds could have inflicted similar damage. Wait, this is a crazy twist. In other words, sometimes a traffic accident can look an awful lot like a fall. So there's a chance that it wasn't a suicide. But what a terrible way to go. There were no brake marks on the road, meaning it would have been a hit and run. The vehicle would have hit her without slowing down at all. That's what I'm wondering too, yeah, because we know how Yakko's curse works. Truck curse? I mean, maybe that's the 10th one. This is turning into quite the grisly case. But the vehicle couldn't have come out from a collision like that unscathed, and surely there would be some detritus on the road. Exactly, so I asked the Traffic Bureau to keep an eye out for any vehicles with frontal damage. But I haven't heard back from them yet. I don't think they're looking very hard. So we've got no proof. That said, if it was a traffic accident rather than a suicide, it's possible that someone silenced Yoshimi because he was on the verge of discovering the truth. That's true. You think the driver is the one who did him in? They are also neglecting the idea that it's like a curse that imitates a fall. Which is what I had assumed, but not quite. Yoshimi had already talked to forensics and the Traffic Bureau, right? His death wouldn't have covered things up. You're right on that. They all got... That's exactly... Thank you for saying that, Egg Key, because I was absolutely thinking of a truck isekai moment. That is exactly what I was thinking of. Even if the suicide was a cover-up for a hit-and-run, it doesn't seem like enough reason to kill a cop. Oh, that's right. Unrelated, but I got something else too. I managed to get a hold of Michio Shiraishi's address. Yoshimi went there a bunch over the course of his investigation. Might be a good idea for us to drop by too. Good thinking. Hopefully that'll give us some more leads. Alright, let's move on to the next topic. Except we're still talking about it. Remember the girl Yoshimi met with the day he died? One Hitomi Okuda? Community safety didn't have any contact information for her on hand. Not even an address? Well, they had her parents' information, but when I called, they said they hadn't heard from her in a month. Lots of family issues from the sound of it. They even said they didn't want to do anything with her anymore. That said, she still goes to school once in a while, so we might be able to find her there. Not sure we really have the time for a stakeout right now. But she could be a key witness. Can't we have community safety track her down for us? We can ask, but it might be tricky to get it done today. For starters, Komagata High School is closed. Oh, it is closed today. Oh, it is closed. Convenient. Oh, right. Okay, so now it's closed because a teacher died. Not a student. Because of the teacher that died. That's right. Alright, but if it's not something we can do today, we may have to forget about it. Let's move on then. I got some information about Yoshimi's fiance from Community Safety. Her name is Mayu Chozawa, 27 years old. She works as a beautician in the area. Look, I even managed to get a picture of her. She sure is a beaut. But... oh boy, here it comes. But what? Community Safety hasn't been able to contact her since Yoshimi died. Not by phone or at her house. In other words, no response. Dead silence. That's suspicious. There it is. Can't things just be easy for once? Damn! Okay. Mayu is a beautician and the fiancé of Hajime Yoshimi. Aren't they like, they're like, high school sweethearts even. Her current whereabouts remain unknown. Oh my god, what a beauty. Okay. It's definitely starting to look suspect. A crime of passion, perhaps. It's fairly common for people to be killed by a lover or a spouse. But Yoshimi was well liked, and they've been together for over 10 years. You never know, things could be different behind closed doors. I guess so. But we'll have to consider the opposite scenario too. It could be that the same person who was out for Yoshimi is after his fiancée as well. She could be in danger. You're right. Either way, she's important to the case. HQ already has people looking for her. We'll know as soon as she's found. Alright, on to the freak of the week. HQ has mobilized a search unit for Nejima. But so far we haven't received any word. I'm guessing he wasn't isn't he on parole? Shouldn't he be eminently trackable? I'm guessing he wasn't at home or work. About that, apparently he vacated his last known address a week ago. You serious? So we have no idea where he lives? It gets worse. I checked in with the factory he was he works at a factory he was working at. They told me he was only there for a month. How is the parole office not looking into this? He was only there for a month before he quit. Hold on a second. Yeah, exactly! You know, this makes me feel like this goes all the way to the top type shit, you know? You're telling me, or I guess maybe the easiest answer is just police incompetence. You're telling me that nobody caught that? Well, I had the same thought, so I spoke to his probation officer. Thank you. Turns out he'd been doing house visits and interviews, but never bothered checking on his workplace. He also said he'd lost track of Nejima when he moved to a new place. Jeez. That's just sloppy. I'd heard that they're giving parole to just about anyone these days because they're running out of room in the prisons. You know. Which also means there aren't enough probation officers. Okay, like... maybe if there's not enough room in the prisons, you let go of the people who, like, smoked a cigarette in a wrong place or something, rather than the guy who killed a child. Which also means there ain't enough probation officers to go around. Who's probably overworked. Yeah, maybe keep track of the serial killers are the one thing that people bring up when they're like, oh, we can't get rid of prisons because of serial killers. So Nejima got to fuck about unsupervised. God damn it. That asshole is annoyingly good at faking remorse, or insanity, whatever the situation calls for. Back when I arrested him all those years ago, just talking to him left a bad taste in my mouth. He's probably hiding under a false name, which will make it hard to track him down. That would explain why he so brazenly made contact. That asshole. He's mocking us. Well, for now, the paperwork to circulate his name and mugshot is being filed. That's gonna take way too long. We only have until dusk. Speaking of Nejima. Yeah. Did you manage to reach your daughter? It'd be best to put her into protective custody as soon as possible. Not yet. I can't reach her. They called, but she's not picking up. Wasn't home when they went to the house either. That's not good. Does that mean she never came home? And why weren't you the one trying to reach her? Shut up. I don't have her contact info, alright? Damn. She really doesn't trust you, eh? Either way, I told her mother that it was an emergency and that we'd send an officer to find her and get her to safety. She was real reluctant, but I got her to agree. Guess that explains why you got divorced. Jesus. But if you, her former father, can't find her, how the hell did Nejima do it? Former, eh? That cuts deep. Yikes, sorry. It just kinda slipped out. Anyway, I suspect it has something to do with his curse echo. Back on topic already, eh? He said his curse could kill a lot of people in a short time. It may even allow him to act from a distance. I see. The one-sided reed. What was that story about again? Something about a man stalking a woman who goes insane and chops her up. Ah, right. One of the more gruesome of the 7 mysteries. As for Nejima's whereabouts, all we can do is throw more people at it till we find something. I'll check in with HQ frequently to see if they've got any updates. And that's about it. Flex time. Shall we continue our investigation? We could go to Komagata High School to look into Hitomi Okuda, or to Michio Shiraishi's house to find out more about her. There's a lot we need to do, but not a lot we can do. This ain't looking good. We're gonna run out of time if we don't do something. Gotta keep moving. Alright. Oh, so compelling. Let's like stay on the same time zone timeline. Let's see what Yakko's up to. So Yakko was saved by Mio. We don't know what happened to Mio. We don't think it's good. But wait, Mio's here though. Maybe she's okay. But she made it home. She made it home safe, and she did not use her curse. Bringing her friend back from the dead means she'll have to pay the price. Yakko makes it home safely, but still isn't sure about how to proceed with her curse. She worries about Mio as the night passes. Good night, Lala. Yeah, what's up, Swap? Yakko Sakazaki, 8 a.m. You should call it too. Good night, everyone. Yakko's home. Wait, Mio! Oh my god, she's okay! This is huge. Oh, good morning, Yakko. Huh? Yakko, rise and shine. Uh-huh. Wait, did she just black out? Maybe she did sleepwalk kill someone. You're up. Uh-huh, it's morning. Are you okay? Can you remember your name? Yakko Sakazaki. We won. Good, it seems like you're finally awake. Oh, Mio. Thanks for last night. Was everything okay? Yep, still alive. I couldn't dispel the curse echo or learn the identity of who used it, but I managed to at least get away. But in that situation, it's the best you can hope for. I'm sorry I got you involved in something so dangerous. I meant to look for you as soon as the sun rose, but I was just so sleepy. I can't even remember when I fell asleep. Oh. Okay, that's suspicious. It's okay. It's only natural to be exhausted after what you went through. Besides, I also feel bad that you've been wrapped up in all this. It's supposed to be my job to prevent that from happening.
Oh yeah, you said something about that last night. Just who are you exactly, Mio?
Oh, well, the truth is, I've been trained in things having to do with the supernatural.
Huh? You mean you can learn that kind of stuff like you would with flower arranging?
I had quite the eventful childhood.
Huh. Sounds like it must have been tough.
Yeah, it would take a long time to explain, but so let's leave it at that for now. As fate would have it, I ended up as the apprentice, or maybe more like assistant, to a notable paranormal expert.
Yeah, Mio is the best character.
Schools have always had more paranormal disturbances because young people tend to be more susceptible to these things. I'm sent to schools that may experience something paranormal and put a stop to it before it happens.
Wow, that's amazing. So it's like a part-time job that you do while also being a student?
Well, I do help maintain public order, but it's all part of my training, so I don't get any money.
Oh, you got it rough then. But still, it really is amazing. You were so cool when you faced off against the evil spirit. Yeah, very mob psycho.
I never know if I should be happy when you compliment me like that. But anyways, that's why it's up to me to resolve any paranormal issues at the school. And why I'm gonna look into the cause of all of this. But for now, let's head to school.
School is closed.
Yeah.
I love how she does this, like, she's like a meme with her hands. She's like, I offer you $5. You give me a ghost.
Oh, do you have your curse stone? Now that it's daytime and its power is diminished, I should be able to hold on to it. Want to give it a try?
Right. I do have it, but...
Yakko? Is it really so wrong? Trying to bring Michio back, I mean. I can't approve of it. The rite may seem like a dream come true, but if it involves taking the lives of other people, then... Yeah, true. I want to make sure this whole ritual ends without anyone getting hurt. That's what I believe, and what I'll put before anything else. I'm sorry, but is it okay if I hold on to it? Yakko. I promise I won't use it to curse. I promise I won't use the curse, no matter what. But maybe there's some other way. I just have this feeling that I shouldn't give up the possibility just yet. That said, I'll help you, even if it's to stop the curses. For the Michio that exists within me, I'll settle things so that we can move forward. Okay, but if you ever feel in danger, you can give me the curse stone at any point. Right, thank you, Mio. Okay, let's go. Candy Shop Sanoya, an old-fashioned candy shop located on a street corner. This looks so... I want candy. It's been in Yakko Sakazaki's family for 3 generations. On the weekends, you can spot Yakko watching over the store, cooking monjayaki, and playing traditional tops and card games with the local children. Though traditional candy shops are known for selling cheap treats for kids, it's not uncommon to see these largely private-owned businesses become something more like general stores, selling food, drinks, utensils, and other daily necessities. Many families operate candy shops on the dirt ground floor of their home, known as a doma, with a space in the back where customers can eat monjayaki as well as arcade... oops. Holding my mouse too aggressively. Customers can eat monjayakis as well as arcade games and capsule toy machines in the front. Such facilities make them attractive places for children to gather and play. However, the harsh reality is that traditional candy shops, which thrived during the period of high economic growth, when many confectionery manufacturers entered the market,
are experiencing a steady decline due to the rise of convenience stores and changes in children's interests and tastes. It's like the mom and pop shop disappearing because of all of the chain candy stores. Komagata High School front gate. Huh? I thought it unusually noisy. There's a big group of people and police in front of the school. Did something happen? If the police are here, then something must have. I'll go ask. Thanks. This isn't good. Huh? What happened? Don't panic, okay? The first teacher who came to work this morning found something. Okay. Mr. Jonouchi was found dead in the middle of the school grounds. What? They're closing the school for today. But that's not all. I didn't know this either since I didn't watch the morning news, but rumors are spreading that a number of bodies were found nearby. What? There's no way. Why? Could it be because of the curse? We don't know enough to say. From what I heard, Mr. Jonouchi's body was in the middle of the grounds. But his body was covered in bruises, like he'd fallen from somewhere high. Weird. Taking into account his unnatural death and the timing, it's very likely it has something to do with the curse. You're saying someone used their curse on him last night? Seems like it, doesn't it? But that's so scary. Yeesh. So the curses really do kill people. And someone used it. We don't have access to items with other characters, do we? So we can't check how full Yakko's curse stone might be. Shh, keep your voice down, okay? What would happen if another curse bearer heard you? Ah! Sorry. Persons of interest. He's an English teacher. He was seen alone with Hitomi Okuda in a classroom late at night by Yakko and Mio. His deceased body was discovered on the school grounds at dawn. And he looks down on his students. We did read this already. I wish we had a little more information, but they've locked up the front gate. Maybe we could sneak in through the back entrance. Huh? That person over there. Isn't that Hitomi Okuda? You're right. That's unusual. Oh, but she was at the school but she was at the school last night too. She must know something about Mr. Jonouchi. Let's see what she has to say. Oh, Mio, wait for me! Huh. So you're telling me that the two of you were the ones at the school last night? No sense hiding it then. Plus, I owe you one, Mio. I'll tell you everything I know. Thank you. She owes you? Oh, yeah. Right after I transferred here, there was a bit of trouble. She gave me one of those, what was it? Exorcisms. Huh, so that's what it was. What? Hello? I would like to know about the exorcism first, please. Hitomi, were you possessed by some kind of evil spirit? I don't understand it too well myself. What I can say for sure is, thanks to Mio, the weird symptoms that were happening to me all went away. This is not casual. Yep, some people are born with a natural sensitivity to the paranormal. They tend to end up isolated as they struggle to relate to the people around them. Oh my god, me? Me?
They also tend to draw spirits to them naturally. This can cause strange symptoms that they don't understand, like headaches, muscle stiffness, and hallucinations, even memory problems. I'm sure it must have been really hard. So that's how it works, huh? You transferred schools when you were a kid and also needed an exorcism? That checks out. Do people also have their personality taken over when they're possessed? It's possible with spirits who have a very close relationship to their target, like siblings or a parent and child. But you almost never hear about people being taken over completely. It's when the two parties aren't in sync that those negative effects can start to appear. So the seances or whatever you see on TV are all bogus? Not quite. There are mediums and diviners who can align their minds with the spirits they call. Though there are people on TV who are just putting on a performance. There are people who in life have had extremely powerful spirit sense or a deep connection with the person. But even they shouldn't be able to completely take over the person they possess. And even if they could, it would only be enough to pressure them to choose certain behaviors that wouldn't be unusual for them to do on their own to begin with. But if that's the case, wouldn't you not know if you were Oh my god, we're a spirit! Right? This is us. This is Borlanti. This is the explanation for Borlanti. Bless you, Dasha. She's been taken over by an evil spirit of asthma. Gross. Wouldn't you not know if you were choosing that behavior of your own will or not? Hence why there are lots of cases where people don't even realize they're possessed. Are we trying? Hang on, I hope we're not trying to give a pass to the child murderer. Though the spirit may influence the behavior and memories of the host. The deeper their connection in life, the easier it is for that to occur. I see. Getting by a spirit is pretty complicated, huh? It's pretty crazy. It must have been tough for you being possessed for so long, Hitomi. Whatever might happen to me doesn't make any difference. Me being able to see spirits and stuff has nothing to do with how things ended up like this. You smell. You are farting so much back there. Dasha. Get out of here if you're just gonna be relentlessly farting. Yeah, it's not like being able to see them is your fault either. The same goes for me. Maybe it's just something we have to live with. Wait, I just realized the hand posture that she does is completely Maya Fey from Ace Attorney. That little pose that she does. I think you have a knack for it yourself, Yakko. I bet you could see them too with a little training. I think I'll pass. I want to know more about the exorcism still. So that's why you do the job you do, huh, Mio? I thought she was a weirdo when she showed up all of a sudden saying that she was gonna exorcise me. If you hadn't said anything, I probably would have knocked your lights out. You tried to perform an exorcism on her without telling her anything. You see, in my experience, most people don't understand no matter how much I explain. They only accept my explanation after they see the results. Huh. I guess that makes sense. Did you hear about Mr. Jonouchi? Heard about it. I've known about it since last night. I saw that asshole bite it on the school grounds myself. What? You saw it happen? Tell us about it. What happened exactly? I don't really know myself. It was pitch black. What I can tell you... It was almost dawn, probably around 3. He started freaking out all of a sudden, ran out onto the ground like something was chasing him.
And then he screamed, "Ah! Someone help me! Forgive me, Michio!" Or something like that while he was running around. Michio? He mentioned Michio?
Was there anyone else out on the grounds?
It was too dark to see from where I was. But for just a second, I think I saw a girl in a school uniform with her hair in braids.
Oh.
I didn't go out to make sure, so it could have been nothing for all I know. Then I heard him begging for his life like, "I was wrong and I'll do anything." Then all of a sudden his arms and legs snapped, even though he was just standing there. His arms and legs broke without anything being done to him? He fell over and quit moving, so I thought I'd better get out of there. And then he croaked. That's all I saw.
I see.
But from what you've told us, it almost sounds like Michio's ghost chased down Mr. Jonouchi and killed him. Hell if I know anything about that. I'm just telling you what I heard him say. Yeah, what the fuck was up with the classroom last night?
Hitomi, last night before you witnessed Mr. Jonouchi collapse, can I ask what he and you were doing in the classroom?
You gonna tell the cops?
Oh, right. With everything that happened with Mr. Jonouchi, they'll suspect you if we told them that we saw you with him that night.
Anytime something happens with someone like me, all those shitty adults start jumping to conclusions.
I understand. I won't tell them. You wouldn't have been able to kill him anyway.
If you say so, then I don't mind telling you about it. Is that confirming that Hitomi doesn't?
Ah!
Huh. I wonder what she meant by you wouldn't have been able to kill him anyway. If you say so, then I don't mind telling you about it. So, last night, that piece of shit Jonouchi called me over here acting like he was going to attack me or something. What? How terrible! Whatever, I'm glad he's dead. He had it coming. Calling people worthless and a cancer on society when he doesn't know shit about them. That asshole was the one always acting like scum, if you ask me.
Is that so? Could you tell us in more detail why he called you out in the middle of the night?
It's hard to explain. Where to start? I don't even know where to start here. Oh, okay, that makes it easier. Jonouchi's misdeeds.
What did you mean by Mr. Jonouchi acting like scum? Was he doing something bad?
You know Michiya Shiraishi, right? The girl who killed herself.
Huh? Michio?
I don't know everything, but that creep of a teacher had some dirt on her.
Isn't that?
Oh, interesting. That's the opposite of what we guessed when we were playing as the hot mom. We thought maybe Michio was blackmailing him, but I guess it was the other way around. And he was using it to blackmail her. Call her up after school and make her do whatever he wanted. What? What do you mean when you say whatever he wanted? I will leave it to your imagination. Nothing that a couple model students like you would ever get involved in. No way! That's... how? What do you mean by dirt? I don't know anything about this. How could I not have known about this?
Yakko, I know how you feel, but try to calm down.
You got guts acting like you were her friend. Jonouchi really did a number on both Michio's body and soul. Jesus Christ. They had drifted apart. She probably felt like she couldn't tell anyone, like she had to suffer alone. No. How terrible.
Hitomi, how do you know about this? I just happened to walk in on it. I know the spots around school people go to when they want to stay out of sight. He ran off in a panic when I yelled at him, asking what the fuck he was doing. Walked in on it. I couldn't just leave her alone, looking like she was about to cry, so I stuck around for a bit. She told me everything that happened, in whispers. She probably figured I wasn't the type to spread that stuff around. But she never asked for my help. She told me that she was fine and to keep it a secret. Michio, why? She probably thought she just had to grit her teeth till it was through. She was naive. I tried to tell her that if you give guys like that an inch, they'll take a mile. She kept saying about how it was her punishment. She was soft. Yeah, what was the blackmail? I'm curious what the... No. Of course, Joniuchi didn't change. He kept on doing what he was doing. I don't understand either of them, but that's as much as I was involved. And then she killed herself. Nothing I can do about it now. Hitomi, if you knew about it, then why didn't you... You trying to say it was my fault? She told me not to say anything. She told me she was fine. So why the hell would So what the hell more responsibility do I have other than what I already did? Yakko, there's no point in blaming Hitomi. Michio, why? The dirt. Did you hear what this dirt was? Nope, never heard what it was. But from the sound of it, he'd been blackmailing her since about a year ago. A year ago? For that long? The dick probably caught her doing something she shouldn't have been. She looked well behaved, but there's more to a person than meets the eye, you know. There must have been some reason. Is this connected to, Shuichi, I wonder? What was she involved in? I don't know. It's got nothing to do with me. The death. Did you tell that story to the police? Nope, and I ain't gonna. Can't count on them for shit. Very Twin Peaks, and this is some Twin Peaks-ass hair that Hitomi's got. Not like they'd believe such an insane story anyways. Right. But there must be at least one person in the police worth trusting, right? Aww. Aww. Yeah, I guess. There was this one cop who always got on my case about stuff. But he died just the other day. Oh, he did? I'm sorry to hear that. Everyone who gets involved with me ends up dead. Maybe I really am cursed. Pisses me off. You got it all wrong. The spirit that possessed you wasn't that kind of spirit. Huh? It wasn't? Yeah, this was just an unfortunate coincidence. Though, I'm sure it was hard enough for you. That's all I know about that asshole's death. Hey, Mio, I've been thinking something. Hmm? The way she described it reminded me of something. The way Mr. Joniuchi died sounds a lot like how Michio died. One was very bloody. Of course, I didn't see it myself, but the state Michio's body was in, it was like she had fallen from high up. Could they have been killed? Could they have been killed by the same curse? I don't... This is... I'm not crazy. The way that they're ascribing Yakko and Mio lines throws me off every time. I don't think so. The curses of the 7 mysteries hadn't manifested when she died. And if we can trust what the spirit board said, then Michio died in an accident.
Oh. Right. Oh. Yeah, if we can trust the spirit board, then it really is likely that she was hit by a car, no?
What you described does sound like Michio killed Mr. Jonouchi. She did have a reason to hate him after all.
No way. You mean that really was her ghost? Like, for real?
Those who die bearing strong resentment or regret can occasionally become spirits, either bound to a place or roaming freely. However, it would be impossible for them to kill the living. Most don't have that kind of power. But it's possible they could possess someone close to them.
Oh, dear. Yeah. Our girl, Yakko, does not seem to have any memories of last night, and she has a curse stone.
But it's possible they could possess someone close to them to act on those lingering regrets.
About that blackout, she literally, it looks like she didn't even go into her house. Huh. Wonder if that's what happened.
Alright then, supposing that the spirit board said it's true, that what the spirit board said is true, and Michio's death was an accident, then she must have had some regrets. If she really hadn't given up on living, that is. I don't think she was the kind of girl who would just give up no matter what the situation.
I don't really know, but she didn't seem like she had something tormenting her so much that she'd kill herself. So, last night, how did it start? Alright. Remember that nosy cop I mentioned who was always on my case? He died at the former Yasuda Gardens a couple of days ago. Yoshimi was his name. He was part of the juvenile division. You have a curious theory? He didn't look like a cop at all. Real rough guy, but I thought I was gonna read this as but good looking. But good at looking out for folks. So he was the only one I could talk to.
Huh, so there was someone like that with the police.
Too bad he ended up dying. Oh, another thing. One time he suddenly introduced his fiancée to me. It was hilarious seeing a big guy like that act like a shy little kid all of a sudden. She told me that she was like me when she was my age and that she was on my side.
Aww. Must have been a terrible loss for her, too.
Yeah, I do feel a little bad for her when I think about how sad she must be. And I saw him at the gardens the night he died.
Oh no.
She seems to see a lot of deaths. Whenever I would get worked up over something, Yoshimi always took me straight to that park. Then he'd listen to whatever it was I was pissed off about. That day he called me over like usual. Something seemed off about him. Like he was worried about something.
Worried about something?
Yeah, he asked me for a favor too. That was pretty unusual.
A favor? What kind of favor?
He handed me a weird talisman and asked me to hold on to it for him.
A talisman?
Yeah, just a normal good luck charm. I figured if that's it, then sure, I'll take it. I have it with me now. But that wasn't all. Then he told me that he wanted me to look for a talisman Michio Shiraishi had that looked like this one. Huh? Michio? What does she have to do with all this? Yoshimi had been meeting up and talking with her. That's right. They were both like people that he was looking out for. While they were together, he noticed that she had a special talisman or something. But apparently Michio always avoided the subject. A talisman that Michio had. He knew that I knew her, so that's why he asked me, he said.
Could there have been something that Michio couldn't tell even the police about?
I know things at home were a little complicated. From what I heard, Michio was keeping her mouth shut about what Jonouchi was doing to her. Hard to talk with the cops when someone's got dirt on you. And I didn't squeal on anything about Michio either. Michio, what is it that had such a strong grip on you? I'm curious if she got so I guess if we take at face value that she is the one that lured Shuichi away the day that he was kidnapped, it's possible that she has something to do with the murderer, and maybe maybe the dirt is like, maybe that I think that's what the dirt is, but I don't think we know yet what other connections she might have. So basically, Yoshimi didn't just have his eye on Michio, but her talisman too. But after she died, he didn't know where it ended up. So, since I knew her from school, he wanted me to look into it for him. Is there something special about the two talismans? I wonder why he gave it to you. Hell if I know. When I looked inside it, there's just a weird, kind of grimy scrap of wood. So you've seen inside it? But from the way he was acting, it seemed important to him somehow. To be honest, what he was asking is just such a pain in the ass. I figured he had to be serious about it. Oh, and since he died right after that. Yeah. He even said to me, if anything happens to me, take those two talismans. Give them to a guy named Nakagoshi at the police department. Isn't that? He might not actually have a file yet. Oh, fuck. Don't we have a thing on the... Don't we have a thing on the occult department? It might be under something else. Yeah, the occult... Maybe it's under Tetsuo Tsutsumi. No. Maybe I'm just not reading names closely enough. It would help if they were in order. Am I crazy? Where did we see the details about the... the Occult Affairs Department? Oh, here. What is this under? Well... Oh, this is under phenomena? Obviously. Okay. Good night, Borlanti. I'm actually curious. We're 5 hours in. I'm curious if this is going to be a two-part or is... I'm curious how long this is going to take. Yeah, okay. This is what I was looking for. Nakagoshi. He's the head of Paranormal Affairs. Give them to a guy named Nakagoshi at the police department. Knowing what I know now, he probably felt that something was going to happen to him. Hmm? Nakagoshi. Huh? Do you know him, Mio? No, I've just heard the name, I think. So there really is a Nakagoshi. That's a relief, at least. Anyway, it didn't feel right just ignoring a dead guy's last request. Hitomi. Yeah.
That talisman. Would you mind if I had a look at it?
Sorry, but I don't trust you all that much yet. It's important to me.
Oh, okay.
That's so valid.
So, last night you were looking for the talisman Michio had.
Yeah. And I figured that piece of garbage teacher would know the most about Michio. I asked him yesterday afternoon if he knew anything about her talisman. He gave me some cryptic response like, "I can't talk about it now. Come to the school tonight." He even gave me the code to the lock on the back entrance. He seemed pretty willing to give it out, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's used it for secret meetings before.
Ugh, I can only imagine. We climbed over the front gate to get in.
So, yeah, we met up in the classroom in the middle of the night, but nothing he said made any sense. Like that... What? Like that I was really Michio and stuff like that. He went on and on about how it was my fault and that if only I hadn't been around or something. He grabbed a hold of me, breathing heavily.
Ugh. Were you okay?
Yeah, that's right when you two showed up. I was able to get away while Joniuichi was freaking out.
Oh my gosh. Good thing you got away.
So it really is all thanks to you two that I got away. But I didn't get any info about the talisman, so the whole thing was sort of a bust. Afterward, I was wondering what you two were up to, so I hid nearby. Then I saw you and old man Ashimiya talking, and then Mio showed up.
Oh, you did?
That's also why I saw Joniuichi come back outside and bite it.
I see. So you were only here to look for Michio's talisman.
And that's all I know. Happy? I still gotta look for the talisman.
Sure. Thank you, Hitomi.
Oh, if you two find out anything about Michio's talisman,
we'll be sure to let you know.
Thanks.
Oh, can we get your contact info? Where we can normally find you?
Right. I'm not at home most of the time. Usually I'm at a friend's place. Here's the phone number.
Thanks. We'll call you... Oh, we'll call her if we need to talk with you. And,
What is it?
You're easier to talk to than I imagined. I was kind of scared at first, but not anymore.
Shut up. You were the one avoiding me. Anyway, catch you later. Don't die out there, okay?
Thanks. We'll be careful.
How weirdly wholesome.
All right, then. We got a lot of new information. Sounds like Mr. Joniuichi was killed by a curse, just as we thought. Which means there was a curse bearer at the school. Multiple, in fact.
Multiple? You think so?
Yeah. The curse echo we experienced in the school and the one that killed Mr. Joniuichi seemed to be different. The people in the school at the time, other than us, were Mr. Joniuichi, Hitomi, and Old Man Ashimiya, who you ran into. I was thinking it would be among them, but there was one more person. Hitomi saw a girl in a school uniform with braids.
From what Hitomi was saying, it doesn't seem like she's one. Mr. Joniuichi is pretty suspicious, though. If he were a curse bearer, it would certainly explain why he was killed.
Right. That's why I say there are multiple.
Oh, right. The person who killed Mr. Joniuichi would have been one, too. Which means that it must either be the mysterious girl or Old Man Ashimiya. It's set in like the early to mid 80s. Thank you for the good luck. But it is Japan, so things might... the trends might be slightly different.
Yeah, we should certainly be careful of them. That said, The mysterious girl and the fact that Mr. Jonouchi thought it was Michio that was attacking him had me wondering. Of course, I doubt Michio herself was actually there, but... Oh! I just remembered. I also saw Mr. Araishi outside the main gate last night. You did? It's likely that he's involved with the curses, given that he's the one doing research on the Rite of Resurrection. So we'll have to be careful of Old Man Ashimiya and Mr. Araishi. I want to believe that not all curse bearers will be hostile, but... As for what to do now... I'd like to find who's responsible for the Feast of Shadows that set this off, and how they did it. I don't think we'll be able to end this without stopping it at its source. Huh, that makes sense. In which case, next we should do... what exactly? We'll need to talk with Mr. Araishi. He definitely knows something. It should be safer during the day, so I think we should try to look for him. Got it. I'll help in any way that I can. But the school is closed. I wonder where he could be. Let's try heading someplace someone may know where he is. Where to go then? Wow. Wow. That's a lot of options. I'm gonna get a drink and then I guess we'll just go one by one. And maybe encounter people. It looks like a cross between a Persona and a point-and-click game. Yes. It has big Persona energy, mixed with like Twin Peaks, mixed with like a bit of the Ace Attorney point-and-click mystery. What else does it remind me of? Those are the main influences that I feel. It's been amazing. I love this game. Twin Peaks, yeah, it's got the like troubled student, like troubled female student dying angle. It's got the murder mystery, the supernatural stuff. I'm obsessed. Let's start from the bottom, I suppose. Hopefully it doesn't make a difference. Yakko Sakazaki, 9 a.m. Ryugoku Bridge. Who the fuck is that? And so... Mio Kurosuzu and Yakko Sakazaki decided on their next location to investigate. Ah, okay. Can't continue yet. Who do I want to check in on? It's been a while since we've checked in on the hot mom, so let's see. Throughout the night, Richter continues to gather information about the curse stones while Harue lies awake until dawn, preoccupied by the prospect of bringing her lost child back to life. Harue Shigima, 10 a.m. Shigima Mansion. Good morning, ma'am. How are you feeling? I'm fine. I hope we made good progress today. I hope we can make good progress today. How's your curse stone looking? I haven't felt anything from it since sunrise. Interesting. It's possible that its powers can only be unleashed at night, then. That aside, why are you so late this morning? There are unfortunately some things that can't be investigated while the world slumbers. But I did get some research done in what limited time I had. Very well, let's talk. This is the old mansion where I was born and raised.
The town is beginning to wake up once more. The clamor of society can be heard from beyond the garden gates. Like any day, a cloud of pollution drifts out from the industrial area. No one's in the mansion at the moment. The door has been locked shut. The housekeeper has already left after cleaning and preparing food. He's looking a bit tired. He must have been up all night investigating. By the way, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. And what's that? Our current plan is to steal a curse stone that's already absorbed soul dregs, but I'm wondering if it would suffice to not steal, but instead negotiate with the curse bearer and have them use the rat for our purposes. Oh? I mean, I suppose that would accomplish the same, but do you think it's possible? So long as we offer compensation, it may prove much easier than you'd expect. Compensation? Cash, for instance. Isn't he against murder? Like, it's fine if someone else is doing it with theirs? Huh? That wouldn't be off the table for a family as rich as the Shigimas, would it? Of course. Why, any amount would be fine if it would get the job done. I won't let monetary matters lead me to regrets the way it did back with the ransom. Okay. With that option on the table, let's figure out our strategy. About the curse bearers. Do you have a curse bearer with whom we can negotiate in mind? If my goal is to give off spooky Halloween vibes with my lighting, then I've nailed it. Yes, that's exactly the vibe. I'm really happy. So, like, a lot of this game has been in relative darkness. Okay, here's me being flashbanged. Here is, like, what the game has looked like, because there's, like, a timeline progression to the game. The first, like, 10 hours have been in utter darkness, so this is what my camera has looked like. But now it's finally daytime in the game, so we get a little bit of light. Not yet. Surprisingly, it seems the other curse bearers haven't been that proactive about collecting soul drags. Did you see the news this morning? No, I haven't. Overnight, 3 mysterious deaths were reported in this area. They've yet to announce the identities of the bodies found, but they've been nicknamed the Honjo serial killings. It's garnered quite some attention on the streets. Oh my. Only 3? That's what I thought. Even if the victims were curse bearers, just 1 or 2 wouldn't be enough soul dregs. And for what those curse stones are capable of, a mere 3 victims seems a little on the low side. With this little activity, all through the night, the curse bearers must be a cautious bunch. What's holding them back? Are we not all after the... Oh. What's holding them back? Are we not all after the power of resurrection? There may still be some undiscovered victims, but it don't seem like anyone has gathered enough soul dregs yet. We might have to set up some bait to spur them into action. And then we offer them the deal. Oh, wait. None of the curse bearers seem very proactive. I wonder if this situation could be what the mastermind who kicked it all off intended. Now that's an interesting theory. You think there's someone behind this all? You mentioned hearing an agonized voice calling for you to kill when you first obtained the curse stone. That don't sound like a coincidence to me. Someone agitated the curses in this area on purpose, and they are likely after the rite of resurrection as well. So you're thinking this person is not one of the curse bearers? You got a sharp mind, madam. But it might seem obvious for the mastermind to become a curse bearer and collect soul drags if they were after the rite. This would be very risky, since as a curse bearer, they themselves would become a target. So it would actually be more convenient for them if the curse bearers moved less aggressively. That's right. But despite that, they've been inciting the curse bearers to commit murders. Why? Let's consider this. What if the mastermind isn't trying to collect soul dregs themselves? You mean their intention was also to steal the souls while the other curse bearers compete with each other from the start? Sitting back and observing from the sidelines is the safer course of action, which is why I figured it best for us to attempt the same strategy. So how should we do it? There's still reason to suspect that the mastermind could be a curse bearer themselves. To be honest, I want to keep my distance from whoever it is. There's no telling what kind of power they might possess. Whether our aim is to negotiate or steal, we'll have to outpace the mastermind in making contact with the other curse bearers. How do you suppose we do so? At this point, all we can do is search. Can we be sure there even is a rite of resurrection? Good question. The rite could be nothing but a myth fabricated to spur the curse bearers into action. That's kind of how I feel. Seeing it might be for naught. Do you want to give up, ma'am? Never. Understood. After all, we'll never know the truth unless we see it for ourselves. But we'll do it without using the curses ourselves. Okay, so he's fine with other people using the curses. Good to know. By the way, I met a few people who seemed like potential curse bearers last night. I did some investigating into all of them. But I only managed to get detailed information on 2. You're quick. I suppose that's to be expected from an investigator extraordinaire. I appreciate the flattery. First, there's Ayame Tono, the girl we talked to before, though she isn't a curse bearer herself. She's a student attending Tokyo University of Art. She's currently living alone in an apartment near Midoricho Park. You even determined her address. You're not one to be underestimated, Mr. Investigator Extraordinaire. I called every single university with ukiyo-e in the curriculum, pretended to be her parent. Oh god. I went around to check on her place on the way here. Don't seem like she returned home last night. I'm worried she might have run into some trouble. Didn't you attempt to follow her last night? I'm embarrassed to say, but I couldn't. She shook me. I couldn't keep track of her. And here I thought you were an investigator extraordinaire. I'd like to learn more about her, but it would take some time. She's planning to steal the curse stones just like us. It's best we act carefully around her. Next is the tall man who was dressed in black. I met him near Kinshicho. He stood out with the way he dressed. I managed to get some good information out of him. Impressive. What can I say? Yes, okay. He works as the secretary to Hihaku Soaps. Hihaku Soups, I wish. To Hihaku Soaps' chairwoman. I believe his name is Takumi Yumioka. The Hihaku Soaps headquarters and factories are both located in Honjo, correct? Yes, they've been here for a while, but it's only in the past 10 years that the company has shown significant growth. I remember seeing the chairwoman on the news a few years back. She seems to be very shrewd. With the increase in sales, I assume she'd want her factories running at full capacity. But with the harsh restrictions against industrial waste, a lot of the factories with older equipment had to be shut down. That's right. Even 10 years ago, there were many complaints about chemical plants dumping waste into the river. Most companies back then were more concerned with making profit than protecting the environment. I wonder what a man working for such a company would have been up to in the middle of the night. On the way here, I stopped by the company's headquarters, but they hadn't started for the day. I should have better luck later. Let's hope you will. Perhaps they're interested in seeing if the rite would be beneficial for their product research into beauty and skincare. Ha! Now that's an interesting thought. Who was the... was the girlfriend? Was Mayu the beautician? Okay, yeah, that's the girlfriend of the dead cop. The beauty connection. I ran into one more suspicious young man last night. This one seemed to be out collecting soul dregs, right? Indeed. Couldn't get a good look at him, though. Couldn't gather enough intel to properly identify him. Well, that's a shame. But I can make an educated guess. Oh? You know that researcher who discovered the ancient text on the Rite of Resurrection? The one that lives near here? His name is Hideki Araishi, and the man I met was very similar in stature. Oh my, even he is involved. How awfully suspect. Considering his background, couldn't he be the one who initiated the whole affair? I think that's possible, yeah. Which is why I decided to refrain from making contact with him for the time being. Safety first. Understandable. Of course I want to learn more, but this ain't the right time to focus on him. Anything more? I prefer to ascertain who else is a curse bearer. First, I'll return to Hihaku Soap to see the man in black. Their headquarters are down on South Warikasui Street. Alright. I learned something new about the criminal involved with the kidnapping. It concerns the serial killings. There was a body found at Komagata High School. The person was identified as a school teacher. His name was Kohei Jonouchi. Ah. Do you think he was a curse bearer? Not sure. It's possible. But regardless, this means the two people who knew the truth about the kidnapping, they're both dead. Just when we were getting some... That's a very subdued reaction from her. Just when we were getting somewhere. It's not enough to make me give up, of course. Still, we don't know anything about Michio Shiraishi's residence. It would be wise to pay it a visit. Understood. In addition to the 3 victims associated with the Honjo serial killings, there's Michio Shiraishi, who reportedly committed suicide, and the police officer who died at the former Yasuda Gardens. If strange deaths continue occurring like so, they're bound to inspire strange rumors. But those two have nothing to do with the 7 mysteries, no? It's true. Both occurred a week before this accursed situation began. Still, it can't be ruled out. It's possible that the mastermind was involved even with those killings. How? What if there were preliminary steps to awakening the 7 mysteries' curses? Can we really assume that they're unrelated just because the timing don't match up? Or rather, the police officer's death is so baffling that it'd be easier if it were connected to these curses. The victim wasn't the type to be caught off guard easily. You seem to know a lot about this. I suppose we weren't strangers. My personal feelings might be wrapped up in this one too. I see. If you were to investigate this matter more, you may get a lead on the mastermind. You're right. If we wish to focus on the mastermind's identity, this would be a fine starting point. We might even discover more deaths related to the curses on the way. We should pay attention to today's news. Well, that's all I've got to report. Shall we continue with our investigation? What do you want to do? If you still can't use the curse stone, taking a walk should be a fine place to start. Right. Let's go together. I want to see what's going on for myself. In that case, I'll trust you to decide on where we should go, ma'am. Alright. Where should I go to begin my search? Which places have stood out to me the most so far? So I'm gonna choose a place, but I think this section might end there. I didn't think about this as an actual potential like we should choose the best. I wasn't thinking that when I chose for the Yakko questline. I just picked one randomly. Warigasui Street would make sense. Oh, so much yapping. So if we wanted to, I don't know if this really matters, the decision to where to go here, but he would want to figure out if Takumi is a curse bearer at Hihaku Soaps on South Warigasui. And then there's all the stuff at the high school. And then there's Michio's residence. Do we even know where she lives, actually? Did we get a file on that? I don't think so. Guess the location. I'm gonna assume that we're gonna get to go to all these places. Let's start it here. Oh, nice. Okay. Okay, the chapter's not ending. The Hihaku Soap's headquarters are on the other side of South Warigasui Street. They were closed when I visited this morning, but it appears things are up and running now. He tells me he barely slept last night and yet seems to be brimming with energy. Was I too that resilient at his age? Perhaps it's what sets apart a detective from the rest. First, I need to confirm whether Takumi is the man I ran into last night. Then I'll be able to determine if he's a curse bearer. It'll be better if I go inside the headquarters alone. You should walk around, visit a cafe for some tea, perhaps. So an influential person at Hihaku Soaps is potentially a curse bearer. Richter proposed we used money to negotiate for the curse stones, but we could hardly outbid a large corporation if it came down to it. To think a small soap-making company could grow so much in such a short time. They've got factories and warehouses throughout the area now. You can see why the director and now chairwoman Natsue Yamamori is called the Queen. Alright. Hihaku Soaps, a chemical producer that ranks 4th largest in the domestic detergent market and 7th largest in the cosmetics market. From its humble beginnings as a small soap factory established after the war in 1946, founder Natsue Yamamori utilized her feminine perspective and a well-timed economic boom to boldly lead the company into new markets. Even as the market grew crowded with the industrialization of Sumida City, the company continued to expand, digging its roots deep into the area. In particular, it established itself as a household name by focusing its branding towards the rapidly expanding convenience store market. Ooh. Its flagship products now include cosmetics, detergent, soap, shampoo, and more. The company's name Hihaku can also refer to kasuri, a type of powdered fabric. Natsue Yamamori, the company chairwoman. Natsuo is the former president of Hihaku Soaps, a large chemicals company. Though she retired from her position 2 years ago, she still wields great influence over the company from her position of chairwoman. Recently, there have been rumors about her possessing strange and powerful magic abilities. Oh, okay, that's very interesting. Earning her the nickname the Witch of Hihaku. Prior to the war, Natsuo enjoyed working her dream job at a textile factory. She was forced to face the bitter reality of the world, however, when the factory was destroyed by a fire during the war, and she was ordered to rework the fabrics she had painstakingly crafted into something more suitable for blue-collar work. Witnessing the rise in popularity of Western-style clothing in the post-war period, Natsuo left the textile industry. However, a nod to her past can be seen in her company's name, with Hihaku being another name for kasuri, a type of fabric featuring patterns and images woven with dyed fibers. Having long been dissatisfied with the soap supplied at the textile factory, Natsuo saw a business opportunity and set up her own small soap factory. Taking inspiration from imported soap brands, she developed new products which quickly gained a good reputation. Ever the shrewd businesswoman, Natsuo ran an aggressive promotional campaign on TV featuring a popular Japanese singer, rapidly turning Hihaku soaps into a household name. A queen, a witch. You mentioned that Takumi works as her secretary. That's correct. Do you think it's possible that he's acting on her orders? That's exactly my thinking. A curse bearer with both money and power could certainly look at resurrection as their next prize. Negotiating with a person of that stature may prove difficult. He's such a lurker in the corner here. I'm gonna go in. I may be a while, so feel free to find somewhere to kill some time. Okay, good luck in there. Oh, that was fast. I thought I was gonna go to a cafe or something. Sorry to keep you waiting. How did it go? I'll fast forward to the conclusion. I met with Takumi. There's no doubt he's the same man I saw last night. But it don't seem like he's a curse bearer. But that don't mean he's got no connections to recent curses. He knew about the 7 mysteries. He even guessed that we have a curse stone of our own. Excuse me? Nandato? I tried to approach Takumi about a fallen item after I ran into him last night. However... Dude, what was this guy's voice even? You said your name was Richter, correct? I have a favor I'd like to ask of you. We killed him so quickly, I don't remember his voice. I'm hoping you would hand over the curse stone in your possession. Curse stone? What are you talking about? There's no need to play dumb with me. In fact, there's no time for it. I had all the same reason you did to think you were a curse bearer last night. And your arrival here only confirms it. You are a curse bearer. No, not technically. You're right. We lack time. I confess, I'm the curse bearer. I possess the curse stone of the Haunted Clappers. I'm glad to hear the truth. Finally, this conversation is worthwhile. It is a dangerous item you hold. Give it to me. My company will take the responsibility to dispose of it. I didn't know the soap business specialized in scrubbing curses clean. It is the prerogative of Miss Yamamori. That's so. Assuming you've obtained the curse, you understand the power it involves, no? Ms. Yamamori possesses supernatural powers akin to those of a god. What the hell? She also has a deep love for this land, having transformed it from the pile of dirt it once was to the home of our headquarters. If you started... Isn't she, like, responsible for a lot of the industrial pollution. That doesn't sound like loving the land to me. She cannot stomach the fact that it's now the site of these curses run rampant. So you're telling me the Queen of Hihaku is a real-life witch? She wouldn't appreciate being called that, mind you. There's a sorcerer by the name of Suigen Gamioru who's gallantly working behind the scenes, exorcising spirits and the like. We need to meet this guy. Go on. That being so, there have already been instances of the dead coming back to life. What? Do you understand the urgency of this matter? There are curses we're speaking of. These are curses we're speaking of, tools which are used by wicked beings to possess people. The rite of resurrection is nothing but a fabrication meant to seduce the curse bearers into unspeakable action. If you truly understand what I'm talking about, you must hand over that curse stone at once. Very interesting. With that said, just how many curse stones have you acquired so far? If what you tell me is true, surely the company would have launched a large-scale search by now. Bro has 0 curse stones? 6? That shouldn't be possible. Six. Whoa, I can rest at ease then. And here I thought I was at risk of being cursed. It seems we're on the same page. If that's the case, you should hand over your curse stone immediately. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it's not actually in my possession at the moment. Considering its importance, I've been keeping it in hiding. Really now? Then I'll accompany you while you retrieve it. I'm sorry, but I've got something important to attend to. But I promise I'll return with it later. Okay. Very well. Then you won't refuse to provide your address and telephone number, I presume. How prudent of you. I'll oblige. And that's how it went. So they aren't after the right after all. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't be so quick to trust him. Oh? I believe we're dealing with a master in deception. He may well have made up a story to convince us to part ways with our stone. I think he was lying about having procured 6 curse stones as well. Like, really? 6? That's excessive. Well, now I feel gullible. The company's plotting something. I wonder what they mean to do with the curse stones. He seemed rather desperate to get a hold of ours, despite us not having collected any soul dregs. Yeah, that's suspicious. Perhaps the people at Hihaku are the masterminds behind the curses being unleashed. Because the chairwoman is a witch? I wonder about that too. If she really were that powerful, would her secretary have divulged that information so casually? Takumi was either making it up as he went, or he's trying to spread a rumor. For what purpose would he do that? Recently, people have been caught up about the occult more than ever before. If word spreads that Hihaku's chairwoman has godlike powers, she could very well benefit socially and politically from that mystique. Usually being called a witch, it has negative consequences. That's unsettling. How interesting that the Queen of Hihaku, or the witch, whatever she is trying to get her hands on the rite of resurrection. It's like some kind of dark fairy tale. Regardless of what is or isn't true, we must stay one step ahead. By the way, there's one more thing of interest I heard while in the company's reception lobby.
And what's that?
People were discussing whether one of the bodies found this morning was that of a Hihaku employee.
Really?
So long as the officials ain't revealed the identity, it all amounts to no more than speculation, though. Despite that, I've reason to believe that Hihaku Soaps is deeply involved with the Seven Mysteries. At the very least, I can assure you that I've gathered that much. The more we know, the better our negotiations will go. In the meantime, we should be off somewhere else. There's no reason to stick around here any longer. Okay. High school. Komagata High School, front gates. Here we are at Ground Zero, Komagata High School. I guess it's logical that the police has got this place shut down. The teacher's body was found here after all. It's as if the students have nowhere to go now that the school's closed. I'm thinking I might call it there because I feel like we're nowhere near the ending. It's probably because I'm taking the time to like read out loud. Like the time to beat time set for completionism was 14 hours, which I guess is still 2+ hours, but I feel like there's more than 2 hours left, probably because I've been stopping to read like everything and I read it out loud, which is definitely slower. Let's leave it there. Where are we gonna drop a raid to? Let's drop a raid to Graham Towns. And I guess, yeah, no problem. I guess I'll be for sure finishing this on Wednesday. That'll give my voice feels pretty good today, thankfully. I felt wrecked yesterday. But it would be good to give my voice a bit of a break. We'll do frogs tomorrow and then finish this on Wednesday, I suppose. I am desperately looking forward to it. Let me pull up Graham's stream. Yeah, I'll see you guys then. Bye-bye.